Switch off mic first. Test. Switch off. Yes.
Test, test.
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Thank you for joining us. Our GEF Small Grants Program SGP Malaysia National Conference 2026 will commence very shortly. Obviously, we invite you to take your seats. A gentle reminder for you to have your mobile phones and all other electronic devices placed on silent mode. Should you need to take any urgent calls, ladies and gentlemen, please do so outside the space as a consideration to the other delegates who are here. Now, while we appreciate you taking photos, taking a few second snippets to post on your social media platforms, it's already happening, we ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to extend us your courtesy by not recording our sessions in its entirety. That said, a QR code, ladies and gentlemen, will be flashed on the side screens during our panel sessions for you to engage with us via the Q&A platform. And for those of you who want to use the hotel's Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen, just connect to Marriott Bonvoy, no password required. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to stand. And announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim Syed No, Deputy Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Malaysia. Take a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim Syed No, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Dr. Noranida Zainal, Director, Environment and Natural Resource Economic Division, Ministry of Economy. The Honorable Mr. Edward Vrkić, Resident Representative, UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. Delegates, ladies, gentlemen, and our live streaming participants who are joining us virtually via the UNDP YouTube.live channel. Selamat Hari Raya Aidilfitri and welcome to the GEF SGP Malaysia National Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Adrian Syed. Some of you might recognize me from TV3's Nightline. I'm delighted to be here. Leaning on the theme Local Action, Global Impact, our Global Environment Facility GEF Small Grants Program SGP Malaysia National Conference 2026 serves as a national platform to bring together communities, partners, and stakeholders to share experiences and strengthen collaboration in advancing community-led environmental action. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 2 days will feature community initiatives from Sabah, Sarawak, and the Klang Valley, including selected projects from Pahang and Kelantan, sharing lessons and practical approaches in biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, and sustainable livelihoods. Implemented by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, on behalf of the Global Environment Facility, GEF, the Small Grants Program, SGP, is part of a global network of more than 28,000 grantees across 127 countries, working towards a shared mission of protecting the planet while improving lives and livelihoods. In Malaysia alone, SGP has been active for 26 years, supporting more than 290 projects led by over 200 community-based organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, here with his welcome remarks, please join me and bring on the Resident Representative, UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Edward Vrkić.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, apa khabar? It's a great turnout this morning. Thank you all for making the time. It's a great investment and it's a privilege and an honour to be opening for this event. We don't get to do it often with SGP, it's every few years, so it's a great privilege. Can I start with official welcome to the Minister, Deputy Minister for Environment, Tuan Syed Ibrahim Syed Noah, Deputy Minister, thank you, and Dr. Noranida from Ministry of Economy, thank you for joining us as well. I'd like to thank also participants, members of the Diplomatic Corps, partners, development partners, government, employees, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we face a defining moment for our planet and for Malaysia as one of the world's 17 megadiverse nations. While Malaysia has enjoyed economic transformation over the last 60 years, we now face the convergence of challenges that threaten all of these hard-won gains. From erratic weather patterns to habitat loss, the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is a lived reality for the communities represented in this room today. Over the last 26 years, UNDP and SGP Malaysia have proudly supported more than 294 community-driven projects, benefiting over 50,000 people nationwide, and proudly more than half of whom have been women. These efforts demonstrate that empowering communities is key to achieving sustainable and inclusive outcomes. We've seen that the global impact we seek starts with local action that you lead, and people in this room today. As we open this conference, I want to address the strategic why behind why we're gathered here today. In February this year, UNDP's Executive Board in New York, a long way away from here, reviewed our new country program document, which sets our pathway, agreed with government under government's leadership for the next 5 years. The CPD is not just a high-level policy document, it's really a commitment to helping Malaysia reach that aspiration of being nature positive and understanding that there's a much greater value in the conservation of assets rather than their exploitation. Our goal is to ensure with Malaysia that by 2030, Malaysia's natural resources are managed more sustainably and its incredible biodiversity preserved. And it is actually an incredible biosphere you have. But how do we move from the halls of New York to the forests of the Crocker Range or the Indigenous landscapes of the Upper Baram? We do it through you, the communities you represent, the organisations you work for and the people in this room. The SGP is a flagship global program and the only mechanism under the Global Environment Facility that directly disperses fundings to local communities on the ground. This model is so effective that UNDP is now looking to leverage our experience in Malaysia as a regional leader to access similar funding under the Adaptation Fund using the same community-based, community-driven mechanisms. To our community grantees from Sabah, Sarawak and the Klang Valley, you are the heartbeat of this program. Whether you are restoring mangroves, implementing sustainable fishery practices or leading urban gardening initiatives, you are demonstrating that environmental health and sustainable livelihoods are the two sides of the same coin. The primary example of leadership is the Indigenous Peoples and Community Conserved Areas Global Support Initiative. Since its introduction in Malaysia in 2016, this initiative has supported 23 community-led projects with a grant commitment of $700,000. These efforts have directly benefited over 2,500 people just through this initiative, specifically involving nearly 1,000 women and over 300 youth. From the establishment of land use protocols and river protection systems in the Kampung Ratamai to the documentation of Panana medicinal plant knowledge, these projects prove that Indigenous and local communities are the most effective guardians of Malaysia's biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of myself and UNDP to our partners, and I start with government. The Malaysian government's leadership through NRES and the Ministry of Economy has been steadfast and unwavering for the last 2 decades, and we've seen this not only through SGP but its other environmental programs, to the point now where it is our largest partner, and I hope it's not quoted outside the halls of this, but arguably our most important partner as well in Malaysia. It really is your biggest national interest question, is how do you manage your environment sustainably? To our bilateral partners, some of whom are represented here, and our other international partners, it's this coalition that has been extraordinarily important. That includes members from the private sector, NGOs and other government agencies. It proves that while challenges are complex, when we come together we're able to make progress and resolve these challenges in the interests of all Malaysians. Over the next 2 days you'll reflect on the successes of the 7th operational phase. And it's a very technical jargon, but it means one bit of funding is finishing and the next one's about to start. But I'm here to challenge you to look a little bit further than your individual programs. And as we prepare for the next phase of GEF funding, I want you to look more than just at your projects. I want you to take the innovations that you've tested in your villages, in your kampongs, in your communities, in your urban neighbourhoods, and use them to inform national policy and action at scale. If we don't hit that scale, it kind of misses the point. Let this conference be more than just a reporting exercise, or as we say in my world, diplomatic wallpaper. Let it be a marketplace of ideas with youth representatives from Ulu Paper Papa can inspire a corporate leader from Kuala Lumpur, and where the forest steward from Sarawak can find a new partner and a government policymaker. We share a vision, but it's in your hands that we will build it. Let us work together to ensure that the legacy we leave for the next generation of Malaysians is one that is resilient, inclusive and thriving. Terima kasih. I wish you all the best in your deliberations, and I look forward to report back. Thank you.
Opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, by the resident representative, UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Vrkić. Right now, we would like to present you with a snapshot of the projects that SGP has supported throughout the years and the locations of where these projects are situated. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability aspires to ensure that the management of the nation's natural resources directly contributes to economic competitiveness and biodiversity conservation. Through initiatives such as Malaysia Greening Programme, carbon market development, and numerous environmental monitoring technologies, the Ministry supports our Prime Minister's green ambitions. We are delighted to have the Deputy Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Malaysia here this morning to deliver his ministerial address and thereafter declare the conference open. Please welcome Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim, Syed Noor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam Malaysia Madani, salam NRES Lestari. His Excellency Mr. Edward Vrkić, United Nations Development Programme's Resident Representative to Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei, Darussalam. Yang Berusaha Dr. Nur Anida Zainal, GEF Political Focal Point. Director of Environmental and Natural Resources Division, Ministry of Economy. Distinguished representatives from government agencies, private sectors, civil society organizations, indigenous peoples organizations, community leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Apa khabar? How do you do? Welcome to all of you, to the Global Environment Facility or GEF Small Grants Program Malaysia National Conference 2026. It is truly a pleasure to be here today and to see such a strong gathering of communities, partners, and stakeholders who share a common commitment to environmental sustainability. Allow me to begin by extending my congratulations to UNDP Malaysia and the GEF Small Grants Program with the support of the Climate Change Division of NRES as the National Secretariat to GEF for organizing this conference. I also commend your efforts in bringing together communities, partners and policymakers who are actively contributing to environmental sustainability and strengthening climate resilience in Malaysia. I would also like to acknowledge the community leaders and indigenous peoples organizations present here today. You have traveled far, and therefore, thank you very much for attending here today. Your efforts in conserving and protecting the environment are integral to our national agenda. Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia continues to face increasing environmental pressures with more frequent floods, prolonged dry spells, and growing stress on our ecosystems affecting livelihoods, food security, and economic stability. Even today, as we see, we have cool weather here in Klang Valley, but not in the north. They are facing drought and different temperatures. In the current context of rising global instability and conflict, especially in the Asia Barat, West Asia, there are a lot of indirect environmental implications, including increased pollution, pressure on natural resources, and challenges to food security. This underscores the reality that sustainability is closely linked to stability and that community-driven action is more important than ever. In this regard, this Small Grants Program or SGP initiative presents a valuable opportunity to strengthen community preparedness and resilience, enabling local communities to better mitigate and adapt to potential environmental and socio-economic impacts arising from such conflicts. Across Malaysia, from remote forest and protected areas to our urban centers, communities are stepping forward to address environmental pressures. They are protecting forests, managing rivers, restoring ecosystems, and sustaining livelihoods through practices that are closely tied to their natural environment. And I'm glad to also inform all of you that even 2 days ago, we had the opportunity to address a new group of people and a new project, which is called Project Panjat Gunung, which was witnessed by the Royal Crown Prince of Selangor. And a few weeks ago, we had the opportunity also to acknowledge the appointments of community rangers, which is also here in Peninsular Malaysia and across Sabah and Sarawak. These efforts are grounded in local knowledge, lived experience, and a strong sense of responsibility towards the land and natural resources. This is stewardship in practice. This is stewardship in practice. Communities serve as custodians of our natural heritage, safeguarding ecosystems across both rural and urban landscapes. To strengthen climate resilience and conserve biodiversity, community-led action must remain at the center of our national climate strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is proud to have submitted our third nationally determined contribution, or NDC 3.0. We submitted this in October 2025. This latest submission marks an important milestone in our national climate ambitions. Malaysia commits to achieving an absolute emissions reduction of 15 to 30 million tons of CO2 equivalent by 2035, relative to the peak level of greenhouse gas emissions. This includes an unconditional reduction of up to 20 million tons, which will deliver through our own national efforts, and a conditional reduction of an additional 10 million tons, which depends on international support from partners in the form of finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. This commitment is fully aligned with Malaysia's long-term low emissions development strategy, or LTLETS in short, and the 13th Malaysia Plan, which together chart our pathway towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050. In strengthening our national climate governance framework, several key policy developments are currently underway. First, Malaysia has introduced the National Climate Change Policy 2.0, Dasar Perubahan Iklim Negara 2.0, or DPIN 2.0. This updated policy aims to actively drive our transition towards low carbon and climate resilient development, while ensuring inclusivity across all levels of society. Second, DPIN 2.0 incorporates market-based mechanisms, including the National Carbon Market Policy, or Dasar Pasaran Karbon Kebangsaan, DPKK. This policy provides strategic guidance for the development of carbon market initiatives that will incentivize the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions whilst supporting sustainable development. Third, DPIN 2.0 also lays the foundation for a regulatory framework through the proposed Malaysia Climate Change Bill, or Rang Undang-Undang Perubahan Iklim Negara, or in short, now famously known as RUPIN. This RUPIN will further strengthen the implementation of our national climate agenda. In addition to that, Malaysia is currently developing the Malaysia National Adaptation Plan, or in short, MyNAP, a comprehensive framework aimed at enhancing our country's climate resilience. The plan is expected to be finalized by 2027. Furthermore, the National Policy on Biological Diversity 2022-2030 provides a clear direction for conserving ecosystems, promoting the sustainable use of biodiversity, and strengthening the role of communities and indigenous people. These efforts, ladies and gentlemen, reflect how Malaysia's climate agenda continues to evolve. It is important that we have projects and programs, but it's also important for us to have the design and the framework of governance for these projects and programs. There's an increasing emphasis on adaptation and resilience. Healthy ecosystems, including forest, wetlands, and mangroves that serve as a vital natural defenses against the impacts of climate change. Protecting and restoring these ecosystems is therefore essential not only for biodiversity conservation, but also for strengthening our nation's long-term climate resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, the Global Environment Facility Small Grants Program, or GEF SGP, has played a very vital role, Mr. Edward. By supporting community-led initiatives, the program has demonstrated how local action can help restore ecosystems, strengthen livelihoods, and build resilience. At the same time, we must recognize that people with our culture, knowledge, and ways of life are not separate from nature. We are all part of nature, and we are an essential part of it. It also shows that when communities are empowered and supported, the solutions they develop are often more sustainable, more inclusive, and more impactful. As we move forward, our focus must be on strengthening partnerships, scaling up successful stories, and ensuring that community stewardship remains at the heart of our efforts. My hopes and aspirations of SGP Operational Phase 8, or OP8, are clear. We must continue to place communities at the center of our efforts. This includes ensuring the meaningful participation of women, youth, Indigenous peoples, and local communities so that they are not only involved, but empowered to lead and benefit from these initiatives. I'm also pleased to share that the GEF Small Grants Program Operational Phase 8 will soon be launched in Malaysia, and the call for project proposals will be opened to all. This new phase presents a valuable opportunity for communities across the country to put forward innovative, inclusive, and impactful initiatives that contribute to environmental protection, climate resilience, and sustainable livelihoods at the grassroots level. I strongly encourage communities, local organizations, and partners to take full advantage of this opportunity and continue driving meaningful change from the ground up. In addition, Alhamdulillah, I'm pleased to announce that under the current operational phase, the SGP now provide grants of up to $75,000 per project. This is an increase from the previous ceiling of $50,000 per project. So it's an addition of $25,000 per project. This enhancement reflects a stronger commitment to empower community-based organizations with greater resources to implement impactful, locally driven solutions for environmental sustainability and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, resilience is not built by infrastructure alone. It is built by people. It is built by communities and the system they sustain. Ultimately, sustainability is shaped by people, and lasting change begins at the community level. I'm a member of parliament. I understand this very well, believe me. I'm confident that the discussions that follow will be constructive and forward-looking. I would like to commend all community leaders, partners, and stakeholders for your continued dedication and contributions. Your efforts are essential and ensuring that Malaysia and the region continues to advance towards a more resilient and sustainable future. With the recitation of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, let us together officiate the opening of the GEF Small Grants Program Malaysia National Conference 2026. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yang Berhormat Timbalan Menteri, we now invite you to remain up front a moment more. Our usher will lead you to stage center. We would like to join you in some photo sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying Yang Berusaha, Dr. Nur Anida Zainal, please welcome back the Honorable Mr. Edward Vrkić on stage for a photo with our Deputy Minister. And on behalf of the Organizing Committee of the Global Environment Facility GEF Small Grants Program SGP Malaysia National Conference 2026 and the executive teams at UNDP Malaysia, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim for making time for us this morning. Mr. Edward Vrkić, I have just been informed, Mr. Edward, that you're going to be accompanying our distinguished guests back to their seat in what is a typical UNDP tradition, I think, where we will get the three of you to remain standing at your seat in a sort of a Wi-Fi style photograph. Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim, the world of social media, the way we take photos have also changed. I invite the three of you to remain standing. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, perhaps stand as well and be in a photo with our three distinguished guests. I'm wondering if I could encourage the participants on the side tables to move closer to the center. I was very tempted to insist that we all do a TikTok video, but I was told maybe tomorrow. Are we ready? Big smiles. SGP. More energy. Where's the coffee, ladies and gentlemen? SGP? SGP Malaysia. Let's go with that. Thank you very much, members of the audience and our distinguished guests. Thank you. Take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with our program. Now, under the 7th Operational Phase, or OP7, Small Grants Program SGP Malaysia operationalized integrated landscape-based approaches across 3 priority landscapes: the Crocker Range Conservation Reserve, the Upper Baram region, and the Klang Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, through these efforts, communities tested practical community-led solutions to environmental changes while strengthening local livelihoods and building leadership to protect the environments they depend on. Here is a capsule of our work. Take a look. Right now, a QR code will be flashed on the side screens just before our panel session begins for you to engage with us via the Q&A platform. We will be using, ladies and gentlemen, Mentimeter as our digital Q&A exchange tool. So please submit your questions through the platform. We'd appreciate it if you keep your questions succinct and polite. QR code up. We're setting the stage, ladies and gentlemen, for our first panel session. Local action, global impact, OP7 results across landscapes. Ladies and gentlemen, as the SGP Malaysia program moves from its 7th operational phase, OP7, into its 8th operational phase, OP8, there is a strong focus on building on what works by sharing lessons learned, expanding successful ideas, and encouraging new partnerships to support community action. Our first panel session reflects on OP7's implementation and outcomes, showcasing how community-led initiatives across diverse landscapes have delivered tangible environmental outcomes and strengthened community resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be introducing the speakers on stage, and this will hopefully facilitate the introductions and conversations that will immediately take place when your panel moderator goes on stage. So let's begin. We welcome your speakers. She is the founder and executive director of Pakos Trust, Partners of Community Organizations in Sabah, a community-based organization dedicated to empowering the indigenous communities. Since 1993, she has set up 27 rural community learning centers across Sabah and Sarawak and actively promotes traditional knowledge and gender awareness at the grassroots level. Ladies and gentlemen, already making her way up, Ms. Anne Lasimbang. With nearly 30 years of conservation experience at organizations like WWF and Greenpeace, Donovan now spearheads the Malaysian Nature Society's Conservation Division. Donovan is also the editor of the Malayan Nature Journal, where he leverages his extensive research background to advocate for forest connectivity and effective conservation measures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Donovan Lewis. With nearly 11 years of experience working alongside indigenous communities in Sarawak, he has led multi-stakeholder collaborations involving local councils, government agencies, civil society, and the private sector to deliver community-based environmental solutions. Founding Director of Fly Technology Agriculture and Managing Director of Warming Up, Mr. Jeff Wee, already on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with experience spanning Latin America, Europe, Asia, and Africa, she is a project manager with UNOPS, New York, and has served as the UNOPS focal point for the GEF SGP Upgraded Country Program portfolio since 2018. Supporting UNOPS in its role of executing agency on GEF OP7, she oversees the project's financial management and supports the operations. Here is, already on stage, the SGP Project Manager, Grant Management Services, Sustainable Development Cluster, UNOPS, Rosanna Luca. Now, allow me to introduce you to your moderator. She heads the Nature, Climate and Energy team at UNDP Malaysia Country Office, responsible for programming and oversight of all environmental-related projects undertaken by UNDP in Malaysia. Her vast experience includes working at the site level with communities and rangers, up to policy levels with officials in numerous ASEAN member states. Taking us through the topic, local action, global impact, OP7 results across landscapes. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, Ms. Nosrat Ravichandran. Nosrat, panel is yours.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Thank you for the wonderful introductions. And good morning to everyone. Good morning, Deputy Minister, UNDP Res Rep, and Dr. Norida, our focal point for GEF in Malaysia. So it's a real privilege and honor for me to be here to moderate the first panel session for this 2-day very important conference on the Small Grants Program, and I'm very delighted to be with my esteemed panel here from our strategic partners. So I think to not further delay, I will go straight into this session and ask Anne to start off. Sorry, actually I should be giving you guys a bit of context first. So as you have heard, that the Small Grants Program is a global program. And in Malaysia, we have been undertaking this for about 26 years. It has been really supporting community-led initiatives. And we're here to discuss today in this panel how these community-led initiatives are really contributing to the national and global commitments on environment, and how much has been done. And in the last operational phase, which is what we've been saying, OP7, the 7th operational phase, it has been taken on a landscape approach. So the 3 landscapes are represented here in our panel, and we've got a representative from the global program as well. So I think it's going to be a very interesting sharing. Basically, we're going to look at what are the good practices, some of the key challenges, and some lessons learned. And it'll be really nice to hear the reflections from those who have been working on the ground and really been heavily involved in implementing the Operational Phase 7, and to see what are the reflections that we can garner out of this session to strengthen the program that is coming, the Operational Phase 8. And I think the learnings here will be useful for all of us, and also even for prospective incoming grantees to really understand how each of us and the actions that come through the grants really contribute to the bigger picture. So I hope this will be what we get from the session today, and I'd like to jump straight into my first question to Anne. So PACOS has worked with Indigenous communities in Sabah for many years, particularly in landscapes such as Upper Moyok and the Crocker Range Biosphere Reserve. Could you briefly introduce PACOS's work and the communities you collaborate with in these landscapes? Thanks.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the organizers for inviting us to be part of this conference. Actually, for PACOS, we are a community-based organization in Sabah, and for us, it's really a privilege because to be invited to the conference. We have been in SGP since OP1, so it's a long journey. And for me, we were grantee, and then we also had the opportunity to sit in the NSC, and there were many learnings. And finally, I think for this OP7, we had to do this strategic landscape program, and I think, as you can see on the map, it's quite big. Maybe go to the next slide. I have only 2 slides. So it's the Crocker Range Biosphere Reserve, and for us, it was our first experience of working focused on one landscape, because all this while, as a grantee, we were in different spaces. So one landscape and 1 or 2 communities, but this time we had to deal with the landscape, 10 micro grants and 9 grant proposals, all done by PACOS. And you will see them making their sharing today, and also outside there, the exhibition for the Sabah part. And it was really an interesting journey, and working with many groups, there was a lot of learning, a lot of exchanges, and forged new relationship. Also, I think for PACOS, as a community-based organization, it also brought us to a higher level of capacity. Yeah, I think that's for my introduction.
Thank you so much, Anne. I think that's a beautiful introduction. And I'd like to then ask Donovan. So the Malaysian Nature Society has been involved in biodiversity conservation across Malaysia, including initiatives such as the Rangkaian Urban Green Spaces, or RUGS. Could you briefly introduce MNS's work and the focus of your conservation initiatives? Let me give you the...
Good morning, Your Excellency, Vrkić, YB No. I think MNS stands for Nation Nature Society, and we tend to use this acronym all along. And we are one of the longest or the oldest NGO, the non-governmental organization that was established since 1940s. Much to do in terms of the expats or during the British period, but it was just short-lived. And when World War II came about, the Japanese that occupied Malaya, somewhat took most of the members, and they were all basically confined in the Changi prison. And long story short, what came out from that 4 years in that confinement, they produced this book called The Birds of Malaysia, and that somewhat gave the birth in terms of our work, in terms of looking at nature and biodiversity, and interpreting it in terms of looking at how we relate, humans relate towards the environment. So Rantaian urban green spaces as well. It's much to do that the word Rantaian comes from the chain of custody, and we coined the word Rantaian because we want to give back to the meaning in terms of the COC, or the chain of custody. What we do now in Malaysian Nature Society is that we look in terms of landscape and species conservation, scientific research, and environmental education. And for this project, we were looking in terms of how do we connect or to look at the contiguous forest within the Klang Valley. Now, it was a challenge. Even the papers that first published in terms of our work, it says a difficult green task, but nevertheless, we're able to do this. Now, we are also a member with BirdLife International, with FSC, and together with Conservation Allies. So we did our very best for the last 3 years since it started 23 and to date. Yeah. So that's in a nutshell. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Donovan, for that introduction. And so I'd like to move on to Jeff from Warming Up. So Warming Up has been working with communities in the middle and upper Baram landscape to support collaborative landscape management. Could you briefly introduce your work and the landscape initiatives that you're involved in?
Hi everyone. Yeah. So basically, warming out this name, right, is actually using worms. So we actually started with 11 years ago. We started with the waste management organization, whereby we actually using the worms to actually degrade the organic waste and all that. So I think throughout the journeys, then we found that we actually have the capacity to making the feces of the worms become the fertilizers and all that, and then it can become the social economies projects, such as doing this, helping the farmers, especially using the organic fertilizer from the worm that produce. All right. So from there, we started to branch out to bigger areas, whereby we managed to bump into this landscape strategy project. So basically, what we do is actually helping the farmers or helping the rural communities in the upper and Baram, middle and upper Baram area villages to actually build a platform for them to actually voice out their needs and all that. Yeah. So basically, that is how we doing in the upper and middle and upper Baram project. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff. So I'll move on to Rosanna. Given your experience managing the SGP projects across diverse country contexts, how does SGP's model of directly supporting communities translate into tangible environmental outcomes on the global level?
Thank you, Nusrat, for that question. I will just take an opportunity to give some context. So my name is Rosanna. I have the privilege of representing UNOPS New York here today. We are the implementing partner to UNDP. We're responsible for execution services. And just to say that we are a wider team, I personally work with Malaysia, but we work with the SGP globally across what used to be 153 countries, now 127 countries, in OP7, which is now closing, but previously as well in other phases. And just to say that we are a team dedicated to SGP. So I think everyone in this room is very familiar with the SGP, but just kind of a little brief map of where we are globally in terms of the work that we're doing. So I think that this goes well into the question that Nosrat has asked, in the sense that when it comes to, the SGP and in terms of local action, global impact, one of the beauties of it is that you can take what is done in a certain landscape and really model it into another landscape and respect the differences and kind of the cultural nuances of that landscape or that country, but then also drive really impactful change. So as an example, with OP7, if you look at like agroforestry projects in Sarawak, that's really, the focus or the outcome in terms of the GEF is biodiversity conservation, but there's an element there that's also related to sustainable livelihoods, right? And so practicing some, the cultural, indigenous practices that you have on how you manage resources, but then making sure that it's sustainable for future generations. And I think that that's really what it's about. It's the local action, global impact, making sure that the way in which we're combating climate change makes sense at the local level for real people, their real communities, and that it then can transcend generations.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So I think this gives us a nice segue into the rest of the panel. So now that we have heard from the landscapes that we have, where we have been having grants, I'd like to go back to Anne to ask you about, this community institutions are often expected to manage increasing environmental pressure with limited support. So from what you've seen, how has local leadership actually evolved to respond to these demands? And from your experience, where is it falling short?
All right. As you say, the landscape that we work in, that is the Crocker Range Biosphere Reserve, is actually very important. It's the source of water, not only for the people around it, but also for the city in Kota Kinabalu. So that's very important. And there's so much biodiversity. And it's already declared as a biosphere reserve. But as you see in the beginning, there are many people staying around there. So there's a lot of pressure. And so people need land for farming, and there's a lot of pressure on the biosphere. They feel, and it has always been a part for indigenous community around that area. It's their territory. So now it's declared as a biosphere reserve, and we know it's important, but what kind of, but it's declared, but very limited support. So I think with the grant, we really realized that through the grant from SGP, the community were able to strengthen the indigenous knowledge that is related to looking after the what do we call the biosphere. And then from there, they also were able to strengthen their practices, such as the river Tagal, looking after the river. They were able to document it, they were able to promote it, and then I think most important thing was coming up with community protocol. That is, when you do something with the environment, what are the protocols? And I think during the project, there was a lot of recognition from local authorities. One of the community, I think Kampung Kuyungan that I attended, they were supported by the local authority, by the native court. So they were able to endorse the community protocol. And the Minister of Agriculture came to launch it. And so with that support from SGP, they were able to do a lot of things. And I think where it's still falling short, of course, as we know, funding and capacity building, these two things are very important. Although the community may have a lot of ideas, may have that knowledge, but we need to support them. And I'm very happy to hear the minister's speech today. I mean, in many years from OP1, now to OP7, now going to OP8, I think I see a lot of development in terms of openness. In OP1, we had to go, it's like begging. We were like begging to the government department. They don't understand what we were talking about. And now the minister is saying, oh, community, indigenous people. Wow, I think that's really, for me, to be able to see that. And we are sitting here at this conference. I think it's the first conference with the community coming and going on the stage and sharing their knowledge. So it's really something recognition. So thank you so much for that. That's my sharing.
Thank you so much, Anne. That's really insightful. Thank you. I mean, that really, truly reflects the impacts. So next, I'd like to ask Donovan, if you could please share with us how projects like RUGS help strengthen biodiversity conservation and community engagement in urban environments, and why connecting urban green spaces matters for ecological resilience.
Okay, yeah. I was supposed to have a slide, the subsequent slide for the rugs. It's...
Maybe we can.
So just to begin, I'll just go off cue in terms before presenting the slide. Yeah, our work are very much in collaboration with other actors and in terms of collaborators comprised within the city landscape. We did appeal for a lot of the others, CBOs, NGOs, and to help us out with the to pitch in for the grant, and there was a lot of writing as well. So from the get-go, there was a lot in terms of trying to initiate and also to identify who were the communities that was living within the Klang Valley. Now, just to start off with, someone, Anna Lesimbang, yeah, we were part as well. I was part of the grantee of SGP back in 2001. So we were working in the rural areas up in Ipoh, which is this place called Ulugaro. And it's much to do in terms of identifying the Semai folks. They were selling rafflesia pots to the public, and some of our fellow MNS members stumbled across this, and that struck our interest, and we took the initiative of going down to Ulugaro, and it took us about 1 hour just to head into the Semai village, and the picture on the right, yeah, that's somewhat, yeah, me on the right, and the fellow, and also in terms of my fellow colleague back then, Dylan. So we work with the Semai community in terms of how best to bring in ecotourism to the community. Now, this is one of the experience that I learned about 3 decades ago, and it's much to do in terms of many of the folks, the indigenous folks. It's a lot to do in terms of bringing income to the community as well. And as well in terms of teaching, you know, there's a saying goes that you teach them how to fish, and eventually they will fish themselves. So it was a lot to do that we work with them in terms of building up their, so that's a rafflesia which we refurbish up in terms of their Dewan Rakyat, or I would say a communal center. And that gives them a bit of and also gave them the knowledge of biodiversity, and how they go about undertaking that was through their own initiative. You know, we just initiate, and we didn't impose, but we learn in terms of the art of consultation, and somewhat getting ourselves familiar in terms of the free, prior, informed consent. So this is one of few stuff that we came. Now under the rugs. Similarly, yeah, we work, our collaborators are comprised of basically in terms of Free Tree Society, Friends of Bukit Kiara, the Seekers and Friends of Bukit Dinding, Alliance of River Tree. I think all of them here. There's a lot of work that came out from each of those green highlighted areas. These are all the remaining forests that we have in the city. Is shrinking, and I did mention earlier on that we wanted to do a contiguous in terms of to do a connectivity, because in order to do this connectivity, that's how you still preserve the biodiversity essence and the sanctity of each of the forests that we have. This is fast going till today. It's also very contentious. There's also a lot of work that needs to be put into the landscape, each of the fragmented landscape. But nevertheless, when we started off this as well, we used this theory of Darwin theory, which is called the dendrolatry, in terms of trying to identify in terms of using dendrogram to go back into the origin of species of trees that you have within that area. And a lot of it will be explained through my colleagues or at our booth as well later on, if you care to find out some of the results that we had for the last 3 years. So that's the connectivity from the map. It narrows down in terms of green connectivity. So a lot of these as well, through our website as well, we have published over the last 3 years in terms of how we're going to do the connectivity. We address the issues as well in terms of the policies and the laws. Now, Klang Valley is very complicated because you have 2 different laws, all within the radius of 100 meters, not 1 km within 100 meters, because I live in KL and I park my car in PJ. So it's within the borderline. So that tells you in terms of the KL land codes and the environmental laws that you have in Selangor State. So we are still working on it, and it's a big challenge. There's a lot of sifting through. My colleague on that table, a lot to do, that Q Jaya as well, is attending a hearing now. So he's a lawyer and has been around in terms of looking at all the planetary issues, and as well in terms of helping us out with this project. Vrkić is not just about planting trees, it's also about connecting people. I think the people element is very important. So it gives you in terms of some of the, who we met up, and it was the previous Mantan YB Nick. And also I have to give a shout out as well to Dato' M. Razif, who questioned us at the very beginning, because a lot of Sarawak and Sabah and during the initiation of OP7, he asked, if I give you this project, what are you going to do with it? He addressed this issue to my colleague, which is Vivian, and she's been prolific since the get-go, and she just came out from woodwork, which she came out from uni, and she spearheaded through the period of Shin, who some of those has left. And my answer to Dato' M. Razif was, these help us out to put this idea of protecting the green spaces and also to build up the green at the start of momentum. And therefore, lo and behold, within a year, the urban biodiversity campaign came about, and everything took a momentum from various multinational companies and various grassroots and communities that took and championed about how important it is to protect our green spaces in the city. So, yeah, I hope, I'm not taking much time. So that gives you in terms of what we do. But most of the information is in our Vrkić, in our website. Yeah, we'll furnish you with more information.
Thank you, Donovan. Yes, definitely a big challenge in an urban area. So next, I would like to ask Jeff, from your experience coordinating collaboration across communities in the Middle and Upper Baram, how does collective action help address environmental challenges at the landscape level?
Okay, as we know that, right, the environmental challenge is not only happening in the individual village, it's actually the whole landscape is involved. Like, for example, there's a issue with the rivers. The river is across throughout at least a few villages and things like that. So what we're actually doing is actually we set out a platform called multi-stakeholder platform, whereby we actually involve the government segment, the agency from state governments of Sarawak, and also we involve some private sector, as well as the local CBO and CSO, to actually sit down together in a room to have a meeting. I think it's about twice a year, to actually voice out what is the issue that actually they're facing. So from there, they actually knows that this issue maybe is from the another place, things like that. So from there, they actually coordinate together, and they actually having the coordination in between all the CBO, CSO, as well as with the state governments agencies. So from there, we actually solving quite a lot of issue. For example, There's one project is under the Long Tunan, so whereby they actually move their planting area to a higher area with the coordination throughout the platforms.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for the sharing. So I think one of the things I've noticed is that from all the three landscapes, there's good buy-in from the government. There's also involvement from politicians. It does uplift and bring things up towards another level, not just the communities left alone to do what they thought they should do. So now I'd like to ask Rosanna. So drawing from your experiences managing the SGP projects across multiple countries, what patterns do you see in community-led initiatives that successfully deliver tangible environmental outcomes, and what tends to limit their impact beyond local level?
Thank you. So I've been with SGP, or with UNOP supporting SGP, since 2018, and I think that one of the beautiful aspects of the program is that it's multi-phased. So it's not just a 3-year, 2-year project and then it kind of moves on, but rather it really is working with the communities for multiple years, and through that you kind of see, you know, the changes and the growth that happen. But in terms of key patterns, I think that one of the success criteria is the involvement of community at the design phase of projects. So not just only at implementation, but making sure that there is buy-in and that it's driven from the community at the design phase, because that's very critical. What we design leads the success of what we implement. So I'd say that's probably one of the major ones for me. In terms of that, I think one of the lessons drawn globally is the use of like the preparatory grants. So these smaller grants that are minimal in terms of their value, you know, financially, but what we get out of them in terms of value is huge. And so I think that's been something that we've leveraged more and more throughout different phases, and I think that that's going to play a key role moving forward, especially as we go into new landscapes in OP8 and kind of bringing on new groups maybe that aren't as familiar or haven't had experience. In terms of that, kind of connected is capacity building. So, and that comes through a number of ways. Today is one of those, maybe a little less formal, but being able to share experiences, to be able to talk across landscapes. Even within a country like Malaysia that may not be like geographically as large as others, it's still so important that you connect with each other and that you share lessons learned. And so capacity building is not just training and, you know, connecting experts with the communities, but it's also sharing experiences, sharing knowledge. So I think that that's also one of the key takeaways I've seen, is that countries that really invest, or SGP programs that really invest in capacity building throughout the cycle, really do benefit from it, and the results benefit from it. I think also I had mentioned earlier, you know, tackling multiple challenges at once. So interlinking biodiversity conservation with livelihoods, that's critical. I think that it really drives sustainability. It makes sure that there's ownership, buy-in, that is, you know, not only, I guess, what the GEF would hope to drive out of the SGP, but it really does create sustainable value for the SGP. And then partnerships with government. I mean, Nosrat commented that that's huge. Yes, I think it's critical. It really does turn a project into being able to have legislative framework to drive change, whether that's starting just at a local level and then going to a state level and then a federal level, but that's how you do it. You turn a project into something with framework and legislation, and we need to have open conversations with people, partners at all levels, government, you know, civil society, private sector, NGOs, etc. In terms of challenges, I think globally, especially in today's age, funding continues to be a challenge. We're asked more and more to do more with less, and I think that SGP particularly is very good at being innovative. And so, you know, drawing on the ways in which we have been innovative, how can we continue to be innovative, but also looking at other sources of funding and partnering, and where are there gaps? where can we have partnerships with other groups or other entities locally that will really invest in it. So it's not just a global funding, but really locally, where is the ownership in terms of funding that's huge? And I think that some countries across the globe have really leveraged that in OP7, and I think that from a global perspective, that will be supported a lot in OP8 from UNDP's end, at least from what I see. And then I think scalability, as I've touched before, that's kind of a challenge with SGP. You know, how do you ensure that, again, these projects that are maybe very focused in a landscape or very focused on a certain problem then are scaled and able to be replicated? And I think that that's where the gap is, that sometimes we don't have time to focus on because we're so focused at implementation of a certain project. But within the design of a project, there should be an aspect or kind of a way to think about scalability from the beginning before we start, and that kind of draws a map in terms of establishing those frameworks and those legislations that are important to drive conversation.
Indeed, thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. And I think we'll be hearing more about some of the things that Rosanna pointed out throughout the sessions today and tomorrow. Go deep dive into those. So I'd like to go back to Anne to ask you, from your long experience that PAKOS has in Sabah, working across communities and especially in the Crocker Range landscape, what lessons have you learned about coordinating conservation efforts across a shared landscape?
Yeah, thanks. In Crocker Range, because we are actually involved with communities all over the state of Sabah, but particularly for this landscape in SGP for OP7, we had activities. That is, first what we did was we had to do the assessment. That means we provided the opportunity for the community to look at their surrounding and to assess what they have, and looking at the pressures that they're facing, looking at the future, talking about the issues. And of course, as Rosanna was saying, the capacity building. And one of the biggest lessons that we learned in this project was the exchanges. Community learn very fast if they exchange and they see. And so we have provided what we call learning routes. So it's not about training, but they go to the community and see what they have done. And you don't have to, speak a lot of words. And I mean, that was really interesting. Even for us in PAKOS, we also found that we have learned a lot from the community. So inter-community learning was really very powerful. They were able to share the experience, and they were able to think, what can they do in their village? I think that's very important. And of course, the regular monitoring, we always think monitoring is done by outsiders, but they themselves will monitor. They have this opportunity to look at, how are they doing now? Where are they? And they listen to one another. And I think that was also good, that they were able to look at how is their success. They said they wanted to do this in the assessment, but are they going there? So they themselves talk, and then of course we do have the coming from the office from UNDP coming down to look at their doing. But the more important one was the monitoring among themselves. And another lessons learned was actually their knowledge. I've also mentioned, actually they have a lot of knowledge which was not recognized, and they themselves eventually think that maybe this knowledge is not that important. We'll have to look at other things. But actually, when you recognize those knowledge and you highlight what is important, and they said, wow, and then they want to document it. Yeah, so, and then they will think, how will we teach this to our children? Because that's the other next step, because the knowledge is held by the elders. And using tools that the young people are interested in, I think that's important. The young people are only looking at handphones, so how do we capture them in terms of that. And the other lesson that really we learned in PACOS as we implement this project was the micro grants and giving the grant and then supporting them. They learn how to make proposals, simple proposals. We said the grant will cost about 10,000. It was all within that. And then eventually also helping those who can do better to apply for the bigger grants. So it's a step, and of course it's a journey. And well, OP7 is ending and we're moving to a new landscape. Maybe it will be easier, I think, this time, because now the new landscape will have a place to learn. They can visit this successful one in the Crocker Range Biosphere Reserve. Yeah, that's our learning in PACOS. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there's really very insightful learnings that you've shared. So I'd like to then ask Donovan, MNS is also known for building strong environmental databases and scientific records, in all your publications supporting research and policy advocacy. So can you please share how collecting and managing environmental data helps protect green spaces and inform conservation planning, especially in urban context?
On the joke note, it seems to be having very easy questions, and okay. But anyways, there are twin pillars in terms of MNS. When MNS started off back in 1940s, there was also a journal, a quarterly journal. We have a collection of about almost close to about 20,000 articles. I think and as one contributor to our journal that we publish. Now, in the context, because we are pivoting back towards urban biodiversity, there's a lot that you look in terms of climate change at this present day, and Friends of Bukit Dinding as well. They took the initiative. They wanted to do some in situ research within their area, where there were reports that they sensed there were some felines or tigers or somewhat roaming around that area. It could be, but they had to apply for the permits from the Department of Wildlife and National Parks or Pelitan to undertake that. Now they are still collating it, but they did give us the feedback what they spotted and such as well. Now apart from this as well, we have about a collection about close to, if I'm not mistaken, poor Vivian and Sean, they have to sift through in terms of right after 1940s or what was going on in Klang Valley. So there was a lot of significant data that we have as well. Now, how you make sense of the data, of course, it takes time, it takes years. I've been in this line for the last 4 decades in terms of sifting through data, corresponding back in terms of all the various research houses and all that. It takes, you need to digitize, because these days you have AI and a few other aspects that are able to collate this and also to find it faster. But it still needs the human element in terms of the ingenuity of human being to understand the context of what we are doing. At this stage now, it's a lot to do in terms of urban biodiversity, and our main theme is that how do we create this imaginary biome in the city, because we have lost a lot of these green spaces. Many of these land are degraded, and therefore we have to work with a lot of stakeholders, and the stakeholders are a lot to do with developers. Thankfully as well, for our recent, this year is just like we face a lot of challenge because we were the ASEAN, Malaysia hosted the ASEAN Summit, and there was a lot of work that was with boutique changes that was going on within the roads, the site of the roads, and people building up new housing estates, and it was just helter-skelter, and you had all these issues of laws that govern within riparian zones and all that. We had to sift through that day and night in terms of to find out what are the laws accordance that we could to approach the stakeholders and somewhat make them responsible. That and it's the same thing that I would like to echo what Mr. Vrkić said just now, that nature is an asset, and we have engaged with DBKL state government, and we made them realize this is nothing to do that. We did approach with some state government. They keep on saying, "What's your KPI? What's your not KPI? What's your ROI? Your return on investment?" I was like, "The payment or ecosystem services." So all these are new ones today, and I think for us, because of our line in conservation and also what we are promulgating as well to the locals, these are, and we tend to use all this abbreviation. I find sometimes with all these data that we have, it's there, but things has changed because everything rely on a handphone. I remember my days in WWF, and I think many of my colleagues are here as well. Back in the 90s, we had to share a single computer in order to get our report done, and how things has pivoted to where we are today. So things have totally changed. Now, in terms of the data, we do have it, and there are the data. I think today with the internet, you are able to get it. And for us, we are still, I think we are the only journal, or in terms of the database that we have, that we charge for a song. Also, last November, just a couple of months, we hosted the State on Nature Conservation. Now, it took 3 decades from 1991 to 2025, and I know many of the subject experts who are here. I'm not chasing for your deadline, but yes, I do need the paper. We need to publish that. And a lot of it, in terms, including you too, Anna. Yeah. So the thing is that we need to get this out, because a lot of this thing that we work on, runtime urban green spaces, and I thank SGP, GEF, and UNDP for funding for that state of nature conservation, because we brought a lot of those data science, and it's been interpreted and it's been written and well studied as well. So we as we are a NGO, yes, how we sustain ourselves is through the work that we do, and we implore, once we publish it, we'll charge a nominal fee, but nevertheless, it's open access as well after some time, So that concludes in terms of what we are doing with our data. No, we do not keep it for ourselves. Of course, it's for public, and we extend it to the global at large as well to understand what the context of what's going on with the essence of biodiversity and what we have and what we have lost.
Thank you, Donovan. Thank you for the sharing. So I'd like to move on to Jeff. In your work across the Middle and Upper Baram, what are some of the key environmental, social, and governance challenges communities face when trying to manage resources collectively? And how have SGP-supported initiatives helped address some of these challenges?
I think the main challenge for my landscape is actually the environmental challenge, whereby the forest has been deforested, has been chopped out and all that. So how SGP actually helping us is actually, I would say, is through the capacity building and also through the training, technical transfer and all that, to actually helping to address the issue. Okay, so for example, so since the forest has been chopped down, so what we need to do is we need to reforest it, means we need to replanting and all that. So SGP funding actually helping the community to actually hire the expert to teach them how to do the reforestation, to teach them how to do the germinations and all that. So all the cost that has been spent for the expert to from the city to go into the upper or middle Baram is all covered by the SGP. So I think that is one of the example that how the SGP actually helping the local community. Yeah, and another one is actually we have a trainings like in the Putrajaya, whereby they actually get trained with the marketings and media, social media, things like that, to actually use the social media to actually voice out their issue that what is happening on the ground. Yeah, I think that's the.
Okay, thank you. That's very powerful, some of the solutions. So, Rosanna, I'd like to then ask you, from a portfolio management perspective, where do you see the biggest gap between what community-led projects are currently achieving and what is required to drive lasting impact at scale, and how should SGP address this in the next phase?
Thank you for that question. I think that I've already touched on some of the gaps that I see. So scalability is a gap, right? Funding and resource allocation is a gap. Policy integration is also a gap. So those are all things that I think I've addressed already, and I don't want to spend too much time, but I think M&E is also one that I see from a portfolio management. I think that the way in which we look at M&E is like this requirement, right? And it's maybe this one or not one time, but in a certain time in the project's lifespan, we're doing M&E, or we're taking kind of like a census of where we're at or what we've achieved and what we need to then achieve. And I think that if we can change the way we think about M&E and leverage it as a tool, that's huge, because it really does drive the story behind all of those data points and all of that effort that we're collecting in terms of like statistical data, and what's the story behind the way in which it's achieved, and you know, what are the successful outcomes, and then turning that into lessons learned. So I think that's really a gap that I see from the SGP, and at a global level, like not just to say Malaysia. I think that it's challenging when you're working globally in such different country contexts, and you're trying to collect data and the markers are the same across the board. And that doesn't necessarily reflect the story of the work that's being done at the country level, right? So I think that, yes, we do have requirements in terms of reporting to the donors, and that's done through M&E, but also then looking at M&E as a tool for the community groups to drive your story, and the way in which you can then raise awareness at different levels with government, with other stakeholders. I think that's huge, and I think that there's a lot of opportunity. Technology is only getting better, so the ways in which we can do that, I think I was speaking to Nosrat previously about, there's great lessons learned about what we can do with like drones, for example, something that is, you know, a technology that the youth is very into now, and it produces great, you know, content in terms of how you drive knowledge management. But then if you're able to partner with organizations or, you know, institutions that have the investment made already, they have the equipment there to read the technology that's captured by the drone, to print it, to do whatever it is. That's not something that necessarily the SGP should be investing resources in, but we should invest in the relationships with those institutions and leverage then the data that can be collected to drive, you know, reporting on hectarage, reporting on terms of like flora and fauna that are in a certain landscape, and how that then interacts with different livelihoods, whether it's beekeeping, fisheries, agriculture, etc. So I really think that that's where there's a gap, and not in a bad way, but an opportunity gap.
Can I add in?
Yes, please,
Yeah,
please.
because you use the term M&E. Now it's monitoring and evaluation. It's a lot to do with community mapping. I have to say this because community mapping is so important. It's also a lot to do with geotagging. There's a lot of free open access where you can contribute freely on the internet. So all this helps out in terms of mapping out some of the communities, landscapes, the sightings of certain endemic species. But most important is to put knowledge into that biome. Yeah, so that's, that I encapsulate what she,
Yeah, thank you. So actually, I agree. And I think moving forward, the opportunity is really there to engage a little bit more with like academic institutions, right? And then expertise coming from those that are really using new technologies that will then also enhance intergenerational knowledge and intergenerational involvement in this. Because I think if you saw some of the pictures, you know, you can see there's intergenerational participation in some of these projects. So, so before we go to the questions, I'd just like to open it back to the panel if any one of you would like to quickly react to any of the other sharings. Okay,
I think I think three of us went through the same sort of experience and shared the same sentiments, the setbacks, the headaches and the challenges and the issues. Yeah. But nevertheless, we survived for the last year. We will still, I think all the project, I think from Anne and also in GEF and also including MNS, we are still championing. Apart from SGP, we need somewhat got a project out from this as well, as it's more and less now to go on a micro level together with IUCN and with Cherry, new EV car, to look at the mangrove area. But apart from that, that is on the coastal side. So now it's going more on demarcation of areas and really putting due diligence where it's supposed to be, looking at the rising sea rises and hot temperature, the urban island heat effect, and all these are very essential today to really look at the many aspects. Yeah.
It's okay. I think we have spoken, so we are looking forward to the questions.
Yeah. Okay, so now I think what we'll do is we'll have a Mentimeter open. So questions for this session from those here as well as those who are joining us online. Please use the Mentimeter to put your questions, and we will look at. Okay, so we've already got an interesting question for Jeff. So how did you get the local communities in Baram interested in using worms? I think you mentioned about worms earlier, yeah. Can you please share? How did you get them interested?
Yeah. Of course, it's not everyone interested with the worms lah. Yeah. So, but for those, who actually rearing the chickens, because they're going to use the worms to feed the chickens. So those villagers will be interested with that. Yeah, so we are not intent to like getting everyone to rear the worms and then, do things like that. Yeah. So only the ones that needs the worms, then they can do it, and we will be the one that teaching them how to breed, how to sustain the population, things like that.
Okay, so where did my question go? Okay, and there's a question to Pakos. I'm interested in community-led monitoring. Could you share key elements and community needs to ensure effective project monitoring align with current impact measurement practices? I guess this question is about community-led monitoring that you mentioned earlier. And what are the key elements the community needs to ensure that they can effectively monitor the projects?
Yeah, I think very important in the beginning, although we have this focus for the project, but it's also very important for the community that will be involved in the project to line down or to say out what are they interested to do that will contribute to the success of the overall objective of the funding of the project. So then they will think of how will they measure, or what's the indicator. So that one need to be done where normally what we call the process of free prior informed consent. And the community will suggest what they think they can do. And for monitoring, we have what we call the joint tactic sessions, where all these grantees will come together and present. Maybe they will meet maybe once in 3 months or once in 6 months together, all the grantees, and present what have they achieved. And they will comment and they will learn and they will, but you must have that coming together or visiting of each other. So that's how they monitor and they record. And not all community, because also in Sabah, different community, different ethnic group also have different way of working. And so they learn from one another. And I think from there, we were able to see the success of certain project, how they're moving forward, and what are the things that they can improve from that meeting and then from that visit of one another. So that's how we did it in Sabah. And they get to know each other and invest in relationship. Yeah.
Oh, that's really a very helpful example. And I think it's quite easy to also replicate it in other places, right? So another question from the mentee is to Donovan. How do plans for the urban green spaces align with local authorities' development plans? For example, DBKL's or MBPJ's development plans?
there is a website that look in terms of the structure plan. I just read this in Bahasa Malaysia. So it's more or less when we look at the area, I need to give a shout out to Peter Leong, who's also my cousin. So he was a hash house harrier. And to make it short, that's this word which I often use with my fellow colleagues and officers is in situ, which is you need to be on the ground, you need to walk, explore the area. Yes, you can rely on the maps, you can look at all the structure plans, but things have changed over time because landscape doesn't remain the same. And there's a lot to do in terms of climate change, degradation of land, so you need to walk and really do. And Peter was basically, he's a hash house runner. So it's often, I would ask him, can you just look at this area, point A to point B? And he said, oh, I've been there. So he basically did, I would say, the legwork in terms of looking what's going on the ground and also going down to riparian zone. And while he's on the ground in terms of running and also in terms of walking sometimes, and also some of my staff as well, staff did a lot of breaking in terms of sweating and making them walk from where, I think everyone knows where MNS is. We are next to the museum before the parliament. And there is no walkway heading to our office. So we have staff that takes the MRT, but there's no path for them to lead back to the office. So often it's, I empathize them because when it rains, they have to walk through in terms of going down to the MRT and they will be drenched wet once they reach there. And it takes about close to 15 to 20 minutes from where MNS office is located. So these are the things that is absent, and how we work with it is just that we also need to look at the structure plan and how it was in the past and whether there was an existing aspects. The important aspects is that in Malaysia, in terms of looking at all these pivotal aspects, and Nosrat, and this was brought up by your ex-boss in Pelantan, which is Dr. Siva, and Dr. Siva and I hail from Malacca, and he's very much my senior, and he's one of the reasons why I went into conservation. And this is thing that is hidden within the National Act is that we have this thing called the easements. It's a lot to do that is still there. It's just now we need to push it up to work with with many of the policymakers and to bring up this into Parliament and to make this as essential in order to make this work. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a question to Rosanna. Is there anything Malaysia can learn from SGP programs in other countries?
Long answer or short answer? Because the short answer is yes. I think every country can learn from each other. We used to invest heavily in like South-South cooperation, which was exchange of knowledge across countries. And I am, I regret that that's not done, or it wasn't done as much in OP7, because that was really an opportunity to learn from each other as SGP country programs. And so yes, the short answer is yes, but I think at all levels, it's not just, between national coordinators from one country to the other and ways in which they are maybe doing things more efficiently or leveraging relationships in ways that other countries could also do, but then especially at the ground level, right? So like community organizations, and even though the world is very big and the challenges are, independent or not independent, they are specific to countries and landscapes, they do kind of follow trends, right? And so there's so much that we can learn from what's being done in fisheries, for example, in Latin America, that maybe can be replicated, not exactly in Asia, but somehow the lessons learned, the challenges that they've overcome, things that they've learned along the way that maybe can prevent those same kind of pitfalls in other instances. So yes, definitely. And I hope that moving forward in OP8, things like South-South Cooperation will come back, because there truly is so much knowledge, and we have, unfortunately, so many lessons learned, but there's no good way to translate that through only printed documents or photo stories or things like that. A lot of it is just people connecting and being able to talk to each other and realize that we have a lot more in common than we do differently, and that we can learn from each other.
Yeah, thank you. I think it makes me, feel that we should really create these spaces like what we're having in this next 2 days. As you know, this is the first time we're having a national conference, and this is the opportunity to really share and hear from each other and really look at what the opportunities would be coming forward and what are the learnings. And I think I really like to thank the panel today, because I think we have really heard very, very key learnings, some of the things that have been very important for OP7 success in Malaysia, including things like how communities have come together, communities have started to learn from each other, where there's importance put into their traditional knowledge and their traditional practices, and not losing some of these through intergenerational knowledge sharing, as well as really getting government, local government, national government involved, that elevates some of the issues and challenges, and can be where solutions can be found locally, but also implemented at policy level, so that it really addresses at a systemic level and contributes towards our CBD goals. It contributes to our UNFCCC goals, because we're building resilience, we're building really community-driven and not dependencies and things like that. It really makes them resilient. And I'd like to really say thank you to my panel today for the great sharing. I hope everyone has benefited from this. And thank you all for listening, to everyone online as well. Thank you for your questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, local action, global impact. OP7 results across the landscape. Can we give Ms. Nosrat Ravichandran a nice warm round of applause for holding the conversation for us? We say thank you to Rosanna Di Luca, Jeff Wee, Donovan Lewis, and Anne Lasimbang. Thank you very much, speakers. Panel moderator, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our OP7 grantees are currently showcasing their projects at the exhibition booths, and that's located at the foyer just outside of the ballroom. Accompanied by UNDP, Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim Syed No will now enjoy refreshments. And then later, I've been made to understand that Yang Berhormat Timbalan Menteri will also visit the exhibition booths. So to the rest of us, the delegates, please take this opportunity to engage and extend the OP7 grantees your time during what is now our networking break. We resume the program in 20-25 minutes from now. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Organizing Committee of the Global Environment Facility GEF Small Grants Program, SGP Malaysia National Conference 2026, and the executive teams at UNDP Malaysia, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to Yang Berhormat Tuan Syed Ibrahim Syed No for making time for us this morning. Let's give Yang Berhormat a nice warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in 20-25 minutes from now. Enjoy your networking break. Once again, OP7 grantees currently showcasing their projects at the exhibition booths. Please give them your time. Enjoy your break. forget your name. Marco, after every panel, you, yeah. Oh, great. I'm so wondering if you want to take a photo of them. Okay, just take one photo lah.
Halo, halo. Inilah yang bagus. Nanti. Oke. Halo, halo. Halo. Oh.
Apa kau lagi? Oke, try. Try. Kau mau ini atau yang ini?
Saya mau yang ini atau yang itu. Ini.
Mr. William pakai ini, oke?
Halo, halo. Oke. Ya kalau yang apa? Oh, ini.
Ini ada pocket ke dalam.
Udah, Pak.
Try.
Halo, halo.
Halo, kuat. Hai. Nggak jatuh. Tidak ada. Tak ada. Macam mana ini?
Halo. Halo. Halo, halo. Halo.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hai.
Hai. Hello.
Halo.
Testing, 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 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3, okay.
Okay.
Testing, testing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For those of you coming into the ballroom, a gentle reminder to have your mobile phones, electronic devices on silent mode. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please come in and take your seat. We'd like to continue the program. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now, from this moment till about, say, lunchtime, our conference will present an ensemble of speakers in a session called the Community Collectives. It is intended to bring together community voices from across the OP7 landscapes, each either showcasing a collection of lived experiences, practical solutions, or key lessons from community-led environmental action, including conservation, climate adaptation, or sustainable livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be introducing them within their respective collective community, for them to each present us their key sharing lessons. So let's begin. Crocker Range Reserve is one of the largest areas for conservation in the island of Borneo, and it is listed as one of the World Network of Biosphere Reserves, presenting their life stories of the Crocker Range landscape on community conservation and livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto the stage Ms. Sharon Shen, Mr. Adrian Lasimbang, and Ms. Angeline Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, Sharon Shen is a youth representative Persatuan Community Ulu Papa Sabah, Kampung Terian. Mr. Adrian Lasimbang is the president Pertubuhan Suara Anak Sabah, PSAS, and Ms. Angeline Darussalam, the project coordinator and founder of Kokoriu. Sharon, I believe you start.
Oke, kopi setangan, selamat pagi. Hari ini saya akan berkongsi tentang proyek yang kami buat, yaitu proyek pemeliharaan dan pemulihan hutan di kawasan laluan garam community atau dikenali sebagai Community Salt Trail Banjaran Crocker. Dan dalam gambar ini kamu boleh lihat, ini adalah aktiviti tanam pokok yang dijalankan oleh community Kampung Terian Penampang. And proyek ini melibatkan seramai 34 ahli community, termasuklah golongan tua, golongan wanita, belia, dan kanak-kanak. Dan aktiviti ini juga disokong, ada kerjasama dengan Sabah Park, teman-teman Sabah, dan mereka juga turut serta untuk join ini aktiviti penanaman pokok lah. Dari segi cabaran pula, memang sepanjang pelaksanaan proyek ini memang komuniti kita menghadapi cabaran. Seperti faktor cuaca. Cuaca ini dia sentiasa berubah. Kadang-kadang dia pandai hujan lebat, kadang-kadang dia panas saja. So, kalau begini, dia menyebabkan pokok yang kami tanam itu dia akan mati ataupun tidak dapat hidup dengan baik. And kedua, masalah dia adalah isu tanah persendirian di mana tidak semua kawasan itu kita boleh untuk tanam pokok lah, sebab kebaikan kawasan tanah dorang itu dia dimiliki oleh tanah persendirian milik individu. So, kalau kita mau tanam pokok, kita mau guna kawasan dorang, kita mesti minta persetujuan daripada dorang. And nomor 3 adalah dari segi teknikal. Kalau teknikal ini, sebab kawasan penanaman pokok ini, kawasan itu dia tidak mempunyai internet ataupun signal lah, tidak lain di sana. So ini sangat sukar untuk komuniti kami untuk merekod data menggunakan penggunaan GPS. Dan untuk logistik pula, memang kawasan di Ulu Papar, kampung-kampung di Ulu Papar itu memang sangat jauh. Kalau kita mau buat itu program atau merancang program bersama-sama, activity, memang kita susah untuk berkumpul bersama-sama. Paling last cabaran adalah dari segi masa dan tenaga. Ini kita fokus kepada golongan wanita lah, sebab kalau golongan wanita ini dia sibuk mengurus keluarga. Jadi dorang terpaksa membagi masa untuk ikut nih activity ataupun membagi masa untuk urus itu hal keluarga mereka lah. Selepas itu, untuk menghadapi cabaran ini, tindakan juga diambil oleh community, yaitu di setiap kampung itu dorang akan mengadakan aktiviti penanaman pokok secara bergotong royong, di mana ini bukan saja memudahkan kerja mereka, tetapi juga membantu untuk mengeratkan hubungan mereka sesama community lah. And nomor 2 itu memilih spesies tempatan, yaitu seperti durian, cempedak, rambutan. Sebab spesies tempatan ini dia adalah lebih sesuai untuk ditanam mengikut persekitaran mereka, dan dia juga mempunyai kadar kelangsungan hidup yang lebih tinggi. Dan nomor 3 adalah pemantauan dilakukan secara berkala, yaitu di mana pemantauan ini dilakukan untuk memastikan pokok yang ditanam itu terus hidup. Kalau ada pokok yang terjejas, layu ataupun tidak tumbuh dengan subur, mereka akan membuat penggantian pokok baru ataupun pindah cari tempat baru untuk tanam pokok balik. Kalau untuk teknologi pula, kebanyakan community, bukan kebanyakan, sebilangan community, dia orang akan menggunakan GPS melalui telepon untuk memudahkan mereka merekod itu jenis rekod data pokok ataupun rekod itu kedudukan pokok, koordinat lah. Kalau macam tiada signal tu, tiada lain tu kawasan tempat dorang tanam pokok, dorang akan menggunakan keadaan manual seperti penandaan dengan ribbon merah ataupun dorang guna itu palang kayu untuk kasih cucuk di kawasan pokok yang dorang tanam. Dari segi pencapaian proyek pula, dari segi fisikal sebanyak 300 pokok sudah berjaya ditanam melalui di seluruh 6 kampung tuh dan meliputi sebanyak 6 hektar dan kawasan yang sebelum ini terjejas juga berjaya dipulih secara berperingkat. Untuk alam sekitar pula, kawasan yang sebelum untuk community pula, kesadaran tentang kepentingan menjaga alam sekitar ini semakin meningkat dan bukan itu saja, proyek ini juga membuka peluang kepada community untuk mendapatkan sumber makanan melalui pokok buah-buahan dan kalau kita lihat untuk masa panjang, dia juga berpotensi untuk menjana sumber pendapatan community melalui penjualan hasil buah-buahan itu. Dan pengajaran yang kami dapat di sini untuk community kami sendiri adalah penglibatan community itu merupakan kunci utama kejayaan. Apabila community itu sendiri terlibat secara aktif, mereka akan lebih bertanggung jawab dan lebih committed untuk memastikan kejayaan proyek ini. Dan kedua adalah penggunaan spesies tempatan. Penggunaan spesies tempatan ini dia adalah sangat sesuai di mana spesies tempatan yang memang sudah ada di kampung itu, dia adalah lebih mudah untuk menyesuaikan diri dengan persekitaran dan penanaman semula ini juga dia membantu untuk mengelakkan kepupusan lah. Dan seterusnya adalah pemantauan berterusan sangat penting. Penanaman ini dia tidak cukup, tapi dia perlu disusuli dengan penjagaan yang konsisten untuk memastikan pokok itu terus hidup. Dan paling last adalah dia berfungsi sebagai satu bentuk alat pendidikan kepada community tentang kepentingan menjaga alam sekitar, terutamanya untuk generasi muda. Dan itu sih daripada saya, thank you.
Terima kasih Kepiwasian dan saya akan kongsikan sedikit tentang projek-projek yang telah kami jalankan dengan dua komuniti. Sebenarnya projek kami yang di bawah Pertubuhan Saudara Anak Sabah ini melibatkan dua lokasi lah. Pertama sekali di Kampung Mahua di Tambunan dan satu lagi di Apin-Apin Keningau. Jadi tahukah Anda bahwa Banjaran Crocker ini bukan sahaja dia satu kawasan yang telah diisytiharkan sebagai UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, tetapi dia juga dikatakan sebagai water tank of Sabah. Sebab sungai-sungai utama yang membekalkan air kepada pantai barat Sabah, yaitu majority of population Sabah itu sebenarnya datang daripada Banjaran Crocker. Dan kita juga telah banyak melihat bahwa apabila kita mau menjaga sungai itu, selalunya apa yang menjadi masalah adalah kita tidak melihat apakah bukan saja melihat bagaimana volume air itu, tetapi quality air. Dan dalam proyek ini kami telah banyak menggunakan konsep tradisi, yaitu gompi guno ataupun guna dan pelihara. Sebab kita sebagai masyarakat orang asal yang tinggal di kawasan ini sebenarnya sudah ada konsep guna dan pelihara. Dan ini adalah sebenarnya gompi guno ataupun use and protect, guna dan pelihara adalah konsep di sebalik sistem-sistem seperti sistem tagal. Kan? Kita tahu di Sabah banyak sistem tagal dilaksanakan, tetapi core konsep di sebalik tagal itu adalah gompi guno. Jadi dalam proyek ini kami banyak juga berinteraksi bersama masyarakat, khususnya belia-belia, untuk meningkatkan kesadaran mereka tentang amalan tradisi ini. Kadang-kadang kita tidak paham di sebalik sistem-sistem Tagal kan ada sistem yang menjadikan dia sebagai satu penting. Dan kedua adalah kita juga address quality air. Karena banyak di antara kawasan ini, khususnya di kawasan Mahwa dan Apin-Apin adalah kawasan yang melibatkan pertanian. Dan sumber pencemar utama air itu adalah dari pertanian. Jadi banyak proyek ini, aktiviti ini melibatkan mempromosi kita punya kawasan itu sebagai pertanian mampan. Jadi kita buat banyak aktiviti mempromosi pertanian mampan seperti penggunaan kompos dan sebagainya. Ya. Dan yang ketiga tuh adalah community protocol lah. Sebab salah satu daripada cara kita untuk memastikan penglibatan masyarakat itu adalah melalui pemetaan community. Dan mereka sendiri membuat perancangan mereka itu untuk memastikan pada masa yang sama kenal pasti sumber-sumber threat ataupun ancaman-ancaman di sekitar kawasan itulah. Jadi proyek ini melibatkan pemetaan kawasan ini dan memastikan bagaimana supaya protokol community itu dapat dilaksanakan. Yang ketiga itu adalah bagaimana kita menggunakan sistem adat. Di Sabah ini kan kita ada sistem adat, mungkin di Sarawak juga ada sistem adat. Dan Mahkamah Anak Negeri itu sebagai salah satu daripada cara kita untuk meningkatkan governance. Jadi dalam proyek ini di Mahwa dan di Apin-Apin kita telah berjaya membuat satu protokol community dan telah di-endorse oleh Mahkamah Anak Negeri di dua kawasan ini. Dan bukan saja dia di-endorse tetapi secara formal dilaksanakan oleh community lah. Dan apa yang telah menjadi pembelajaran utama kita pada proyek ini adalah bagaimana kita mau melibatkan anak-anak muda dalam ini. Sebab selalu mereka bila bercakap tentang adat, itu orang tua-tua punya kerja lah. Tapi sebenarnya mereka adalah pewaris kepada adat ini, sistem ini. Jadi melibatkan mereka pada peringkat awal itu sangat penting. Dan juga terlibat dalam pelaksanaan dan penguatsan protokol community itu. Jadi bagi kami di Pertubuhan Saudara Anak Sabah, kami sangat berterima kasih kepada pihak SGP kerana memberi peluang untuk kita mengembangkan proyek ini dan bagaimana kita meningkatkan lagi ataupun membina pemimpin-pemimpin muda untuk peneraju masa depan, memastikan konsep-konsep konservasi seperti Gompi Guno ini juga akan dapat diteruskan. Dan saya harap di masa depan di OP8 dapat lagi ke support dan lebih banyak community-community juga menilai kembali dan bagaimana kita menerapkan konsep Gompi Guno ini dalam konservasi harian, khususnya dalam memelihara sungai kita yang semakin hari semakin terancam, bukan saja akibat climate change, tetapi juga penggunaan guna tanah yang tidak terkawal dan community protocol itu sebagai satu daripada cara kita mendokumentasi. Itu saja, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Adrian dan Vrkić, selamat tengah hari. Saya Angeline daripada Kokoriu, Kampung Tiung Keranaan Tampaluri, dan kawasan kami ini adalah terletak di antara biosfera Banjaran Crocker dan juga di kawasan bersempadan dengan taman-taman Sabah dan juga kawasan biosfera. Jadi untuk proyek ini di bawah SGP kami lebih menekankan kepada pemeliharaan ataupun conservation untuk biji benih tempatan dan juga sumber biodiversity asli yang terdapat di kampung kami. Sebab kami percaya bahawa benih, kehidupan kita ini bermula daripada benih, di mana segala-galanya bermula dari benih. Tanpa benih kita tidak ada makanan, kita tidak ada identity. Dan komuniti kami ini adalah di kampung ini seramai 170 orang dan semuanya bergantung penuh kepada kehidupan bercucuk tanam dengan sistem gilir balik. Sebab sistem ini sudah diamalkan sejak turun-temurun oleh generasi kami, di mana kami bergantung penuh pada tanah-tanah pertanian yang ada di sekitar kami dengan sistem ini. Dan melalui itu kami dapat memelihara, kami punya hutan, kami punya sumber air dan juga sumber biodiversity sehingga kini. Dan masalah yang kami hadapi ataupun cabaran yang kami hadapi pada masa ini adalah banyak hutan yang semakin dibuka menyebabkan kehilangan indigenous plants dan juga sumber biodiversity yang ada di komuniti kami dan juga peningkatan kos cara hidup menyebabkan komuniti membuka tanah dan menanam pertanian, menanam tanaman komersial seperti rubber, koko, kopi dan juga pineapple. Dan kami sebagai penduduk di sini terpaksa memilih untuk hidup ataupun menjaga kemapanan sumber biodiversity dan sumber alam yang ada di tempat kami. Jadi bagaimana kami mau protect kami punya komuniti di samping menjaga kami punya sumber alam sekitar. Jadi melalui daripada dana daripada SGP ini kami telah melakukan beberapa aktiviti untuk menangani isu-isu yang kami hadapi ini, iaitu yang permulaan kami bekerja, kami pilih 3 komponen untuk melaksanakan aktiviti ini. Yang pertama, kami bekerja dengan komuniti kami untuk mewujudkan zoning guna tanah di mana kami sediakan di mana kawasan protected area, di mana kawasan forest yang kami perlu jaga dan di mana kawasan pertanian dan juga di mana kawasan yang perlu kami iaitu sacred ataupun cultural space lah. Jadi semua ini kami jaga dan kami telah membuat satu melakukan pemetaan community iaitu mewujudkan satu peta dimensi yang menunjukkan di mana kawasan-kawasan ini. Jadi melalui aktiviti itu kami juga fokus untuk restoring kami punya seeds yang semakin hilang dan semakin dilupakan. Jadi ini membolehkan kami untuk meneruskan keterjaminan makanan di kawasan komuniti kami sendiri ialah tanpa bergantung kepada orang lain. Dan dalam masa yang sama kami dapat protect kami punya kawasan. Dan kami juga menghidupkan semula traditional farming practice iaitu gempi buna dan juga sistem gilir balik tadi. Jadi kami bukan kembali kepada amalan yang corner, tetapi kami adapt dan juga combining traditional knowledge ini dengan situasi semasa yang kami hadapi, terutamanya climate change yang berlaku pada masa sekarang ini. Sebab seeds yang kami protect ini sebenarnya sangat resistant dengan perubahan cuaca yang berlaku sekarang. Jadi daripada impact daripada projek ini, kami telah membina satu ataupun create space for learning, training kepada petani komuniti kami, exchange knowledge, exposure in juga empowering women and men dan dalam masa yang sama reconnecting the youths kepada kami punya traditional knowledge. Dan kami juga melatih petani untuk added value of kami punya raw agriculture produce lah. So supaya kami tidak bergantung kepada kawasan hutan dan tidak membuka lebih banyak hutan di kawasan kami. Dan juga selain itu kami telah mewujudkan protokol community di mana di sini kami menjaga kami punya water catchment area, community forest dan juga di mana kawasan zoning untuk pertanian dan kawasan keramat itulah. Dan dari sini kami dapat empower community terutamanya wanita untuk memainkan peranan sebagai penjaga makanan dan juga sistem ataupun keeper dan juga meningkatkan livelihood community di kampung kami. Jadi walaupun perubahan ini nampak kecil tetapi dia sangat powerful lah kerana dia menunjukkan bahawa restoration itu sebenarnya possible apabila kita libatkan semua community. Jadi daripada ini apa yang kami belajar community satu tu community ownership di kampung itu bergantung kepada tanah dan kami juga konservasi sebenarnya dia tidak berjalan sendiri tetapi dia mesti berkaitan dengan kita punya livelihood lah. Itu yang paling penting. Orang mau makan kan, kalau kau jaga hutan orang tidak dapat makan, macam mana dia mau jaga? Jadi kita mesti jaga makanan mereka, kita mesti jaga kehidupan mereka, baru kita boleh jaga itu hutan. Dan yang kedua itu traditional knowledge ini dia bukan outdated, dia sesuatu yang sangat bernilai bagi kami dan ini boleh diadaptasi bersama dengan cabaran moden pada masa kini. Dan selain itu, zoning planning juga terhadap landscape adalah sangat powerful untuk adalah satu tools yang powerful untuk kita seimbangkan penjagaan dan juga livelihood di kalangan komuniti. Dan untuk mengubah itu, dia bukan sekejap, tapi dia mengambil masa yang lama lah. Dia tidak nampak dia punya impact hari sekarang, tapi akan berterusan. Dan untuk ini, kami looking forward for the potensi yang sangat kuat. Ini sebenarnya bukan diadaptasi di kampung itu saja, tapi kita boleh replicate dengan komuniti lain juga. Jadi apa yang kami mahu di sini adalah knowledge exchange within the SGP groups, juga collaboration on agroecology dan biodiversity conservation, and also scaling community-based land management opportunity approach. And pengalaman ini sebenarnya bagi kami, dia menunjukkan penyelesaian bukan untuk memilih antara manusia dan juga alam sekitar, but to bring them back together into balance. So, itu dari saya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you to Sharon Shen, Adrian Lasimbang, and Ms. Angeline Daransun. Thank you. Terima kasih kepada Sharon, Adrian dan juga Angeline yang telah berkongsi pengalaman, pandangan dan juga buah fikiran masing-masing ya. Terima kasih. Next, the Baram landscape conservation efforts centers around a community-driven initiative aiming to protect the surrounding rainforests, biodiversity and indigenous rights. Presenting the Baram landscape on indigenous and forest stewardship. Let's warmly bring on Mr. Tingan Aran alias William, Mr. Boyce Ngau Anyi, Mrs. Monica Tipong. Where are you? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tingan Aran alias William is the project coordinator, JKK Longmo. Mr. Boyce Ngau Anyi is a project coordinator for JKK Lepo Aga, and Mrs. Monica Tipong is the project coordinator for Community Long Tungan. I believe Mr. Tingan Aran, you begin. Silakan.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera, terutamanya kepada YB Tuan Syed Ibrahim Syed Noh, Deputy Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Malaysia, Master Edward Vrkić, Resident Representative United Nations Development Program Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, semua organisasi dan hadirin semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Okey, untuk Longmo, gambar yang kita sedang lihat sekarang ini, yang dapat kita perhatikan sekarang ini, gambar yang pertama saya ceritakan dari 1 sampai ke gambar nombor 6. Gambar yang pertama dipaparkan ini bukan sekadar himpunan foto, ia adalah garis masa perjuangan, harapan dan kejayaan komuniti Longmo dalam membina Nawan Nature Discovery Center atau NNDC dari sebuah impian kecil menjadi pusat pembelajaran alam yang kini dikenali sehingga ke luar negeri dan luar negara. Perjalanan ini bermula dengan gambar pertama, iaitu pemilihan tapak untuk projek kami. Pada waktu itu, komuniti kami berdiri di tengah hutan Nawan dengan satu persoalan besar. Bagaimana kami boleh ketengahkan objektif pemeliharaan dan pemuliharaan hutan dan hidupan liar nawan, dan membangunkan sebuah pusat komuniti tanpa mengorbankan roh hutan yang kami warisi turun-temurun. Maka tapak ini dipilih bukan hanya berdasarkan kesesuaian fizikal, tetapi juga berdasarkan nilai budaya, keselamatan alam, dan hubungan spiritual masyarakat dengan kawasan tersebut. Gambar yang kedua memperlihatkan perkemahan komuniti yang pertama, iaitu pada tahun 2022. Sebelum satu tiang pun didirikan, kami memilih untuk mendengar suara alam terlebih dahulu. Bersama komuniti dan penyelidik dari organisasi kami sendiri, kami mendokumentasikan tumbuhan serta spesies yang berpotensi terjejas sekiranya pembinaan diteruskan. Pendekatan ini menunjukkan bahawa bagi masyarakat kami, pembangunan mesti berjalan seiring dengan tanggungjawab menjaga biodiversity. Kemudian kita melihat gambar yang ketiga, penebangan dan pemotongan kayu yang digunakan untuk pembinaan pondok NNDC. Ini bukan aktiviti mengambil hasil hutan secara sembarangan, tetapi penggunaan sumber secara terkawal, beretika dan berpandukan pengetahuan tradisional masyarakat. Setiap batang kayu yang digunakan membawa nilai gotong royong, kepakaran tempatan dan rasa memiliki terhadap pusat ini. Seterusnya, pembinaan pondok NNDC. Detik yang paling bermakna kerana di sinilah lahirnya sebuah pusat yang menjadi rumah kepada ilmu alam, dokumentasi budaya, penyelidikan biodiversity dan pendidikan generasi muda. Pondok kecil ini akhirnya menjadi simbol bahawa komuniti kami juga mampu membina pusat ilmu sendiri berasaskan kekuatan tempatan. Melalui sokongan Small Grant Program SGP ini, perjalanan ini berkembang ke satu tahap yang lebih besar. Seperti yang dapat kita lihat pada gambar projek penanaman semula yang nombor 5, penanaman pokok, protokol komuniti juga. Kawasan yang pernah terkesan iaitu Sungai Sepayang dalam kawasan Nawan, oleh gangguan landscape ini dipulihkan semula melalui usaha komuniti. Anak-anak pokok yang ditanam bukan sahaja memulihkan kehijauan, tetapi habitat hidupan liar, kestabilan tanah dan daya tahan hutan terhadap perubahan iklim seperti apa yang kita boleh lihat dalam laporan kami. Walaupun tempoh grant ini habis, tidak bermakna usaha kami akan ditamatkan. Kami akan terus semua ini sampai bila-bila. Akhir sekali, gambar yang memaparkan pelawat dan penyelidik dari dalam dan luar negara sebenarnya dari sebuah pondok komuniti di tengah hutan Longmo, NNDC kini berkembang menjadi platform global untuk penyelidikan, pertukaran ilmu, pendidikan alam dan inspirasi kepada komuniti lain. Inilah kekuatan sebenar SGP, bukan hanya membiayai projek tetapi memperkasa komuniti untuk menjadi penjaga landscape, peneraju ilmu dan model pemeliharaan berasaskan masyarakat. Terima kasih.
Boys, silakan.
Hello. 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 Good afternoon, everybody, especially to our honorable guests. I am the coordinator of Lepo Agak project, and together with me, I have Ketua Kampung of Long J, Can you stand up? Yes, there. Okay. I brought him especially because he is the community chief for our community, so that he knows the concept of this project. And today I'm going to present to you, may I call it as a forest reclaimed. In the village of Lepaga, the forest is not scenery, but it is a responsibility. Every member of the community plays a role in caring for it. Lepaga is formed by 3 villages, Long Je, Long Selawan, and Long Silat, which are surrounded by rivers, dense forests that have sustained generations. You can see the map there. I'm not sure whether you can see the names. The initiative to protect this forest is coordinated locally by me, Mr. Boyce, the project coordinator, regularly travels between the villages to meet with the headman and update them on the progress of the project activity. These visits are not merely administrative. They are moments of collective reflection on the future of their land. Moving from one village to another means traveling by boat along the river, a journey that usually takes about 15 minutes. Some stretches of the river run quietly and calm, while others are rough with currents pushing against the small boats. Yet neither rain nor the scorching sun slows this journey. Day after day, the river becomes the pathway connecting the villages and sustaining the shared effort to protect their communal forests. At the heart of this effort is the Lepaga Belukun Kalai Forest Reserve, Communal Forest Reserve, a forest area covering 1,617 hectares. For the people of Lepaga, this is not simply a conservation initiative, but it is the protection of their only communal forest. Restoration began with a simple but powerful idea: reclaim and care for what remains. Tree planting and boundary demarcation became the first step. To date, nearly 2,000 trees have been planted, consisting of local forest species and fruit trees that will eventually provide food sources for the wildlife. The tree planting activities also revealed the strong coordination among the 3 villages. Each village contributed in its own way. Keke Uloi Jau, the headman of Longje, offered his farm, hut and land to serve as the nursery site where seedlings were raised. Keke Ucat Igau, the community chief of Long Selawan, provided vehicles to transport people and materials between the villages. Meanwhile, the youth from Long Silat, led by Keke Mutang Lawai, contributed their energy and manpower, carrying seedlings and planting trees across the restoration site. I shared one small but meaningful sign of progress. Honeybees have begun nesting again on a protected Cumpasia excelsa tree, a very tall tree which Kenya call tanyit, pokok tanyit, within the reserve area. For the community, this was more than an ecological observation. It was evidence that the forest was slowly responding to their care. Each tree sapling planted represents more than ecological restoration. It signals intention. As the community replanted trees, they also carried out monitoring and patrols to safeguard the communal forest reserve from encroachment or destructive activities. Protection was not delegated to outsiders. It was carried out by the very people whose lives are intertwined with the forest. Capacity building also became part of the process. Workshops were organized to train community members in participatory mapping. Contribution from a young Lepo Agak, Mr. Kevin Tin, a professional surveyor, taught 20 persons from the 3 villages using Garmin GPS devices and the Avenza mobile application. They learn how to mark coordinates and record boundary points accurately. These tools help them demarcate the reserve with greater precision. Yet mapping did not replace traditional knowledge, and it strengthened it. For generations, the boundaries of the forest had been remembered through stories, landmarks, and collective memory. Now these memories were supported by digital data. The community hopes that these maps will eventually support formal recognition of their land by the government. Protection also required set rules. Community meetings were held where protocols were discussed, debated, and agreed upon in the presence of Temenggung Joseph Ngaulian, who also is a Lepo Agak paramount chief. Regulations were developed collectively to prevent misuse and destruction of the forest. Today, the community is also developing its own community protocol, a set of guidelines that will help regulate how both residents and outsiders interact with the forest. It will serve as a framework for protecting the reserve and ensuring that decisions about the land remain in the hands of those who have long called it home. If you refer to the map, the yellow, the red line is the territory of Lepo Agak, and the yellow line inside there is the Hutan Simpan, that is the communal forest reserve. So, above all, I would like to thank NGO Warming Up for connecting us with this GEF project, and they have monitored. The staff even come to our village and talk about this project, and it makes the community more confidence in accepting the project into their community. So thank you very much for your patience in listening. Thank you.
Thank you, boys. Mrs. Monica Tipong.
Selamat petang kepada semua. Nama saya Monica Tipong, saya berasal dari Kampung Longtungan, Ulu Baram, berbangsa Kenya, salah satu etnik yang minoriti yang terdapat di Sarawak. Program SGP 7 ini, kampung kami bersyukur karena berpeluang untuk mengikuti program ini. Jadi di program ini kami sentuh pasar conserving our forest, communal forest, and then also kepada kami juga terlibat dengan food security. Kenapa kami mohon ini dana dulu dari SGP adalah karena kami nak restore hutan simpan kami yang pernah diceroboh oleh Syarikat Pembalakan, yaitu pada tahun 2018. Dan ini adalah aktiviti-aktiviti kami nak set up nursery untuk tanam benih-benih Indigenous trees yang akan kami, Indigenous trees, dan juga itu kami juga ada tanam buah-buahan hutan juga, dan selain dari itu kami juga tanam ratan dan juga herba. Dan ini adalah aktiviti community kami yang terlibat untuk pergi menanam semula pokok-pokok yang di mana tempat pencerobohan oleh Syarikat Pembalakan dulu. Dan kebanyakan aktiviti ini peserta wanita lebih banyak daripada lelaki. Ini adalah kerana permulanya kami mohon dana ini. Kami dalam proposal kami ada sebut macam 80% komuniti akan terlibat, tetapi sebaik saja SGP, our proposal itu di-approve, jadi syarikat kontraktor yang buat jalan di kampung kami itu, di seberang kampung itu dah bermula. Jadi mereka lelaki dan youth kebanyakan pergi bekerja di situ. Itu sebab kenapa alasan itu adalah satu kekangan lah bagi kami untuk mengikut serta dalam program ini. Jadi lelaki tidak ramai yang ikut, di mana wanita lebih banyak. Jadi apabila kami wanita, kami satu program kami ini adalah food security. Food security ini kami fokus kepada tanam jagung ternakan. Kenapa kami lebih fokus kepada jagung ternakan ini? Karena kami hasil jagung ternakan itu kami proses sendiri untuk dijadikan dedak ayam. Dan di samping itu juga komuniti kami juga ada tanam tanaman seperti terong asam. Terong asam, jadi terong asam itu kami memproses jadi kita jadi dia jadi candy, dan ada juga yang kami buat dia jadi bakar, dia jadi terong asam bakar ikan bilis. Dan ini adalah kami punya salah satu lagi aktiviti kami adalah penternakan. Kalau secara tradisi memang di kampung, mana-mana kampung memang ada ternak ayam, tetapi ternak ayam itu kebanyakan ayam kampung itu. Tapi dengan dana SGP ini kami berpeluang untuk membawa komuniti bersama-sama belajar untuk menternak ayam penelur. Dan daripada dulu kita kalau setiap kali kita balik kampung mau beli sebiji telur ayam pun susah kamu mau dapat itu di kampung. Jadi biasa kami bawa dari bandar untuk sampai ke kampung kami itu kena drive 9 jam dengan 4-wheel drive. Kadang-kadang itu logging road itu, kadang-kadang satu tray telur ayam itu kita bawa, kadang-kadang tinggal berapa biji saja yang sampai kampung. Okay. Kita tahulah kenapa itu. Dan begitu juga dengan ayam, itu daging. Jadi daging itu susah betul kita mau dapat di kampung. Dengan adanya kami pelihara ayam kacukan ini, jadi protein itu dengan telur lagi kira mencukupi. Jadi ini juga mengurangkan aktiviti memburu di hutan. Kalau sebelum ini kena terpaksa, because susah sangat mau dapat itu daging. So community kami terpaksa pergi memburu. Jadi ada protected animals kah, protected birds. Karena kita tak nampak tu, kalau biasa mereka pergi memburu waktu malam itu, kita tak nampak yang mana yang protected itu. Jadi mana boleh tembak-tembaklah. Macam tu. Yang itu protected itu kemudian. Okay. Dengan adanya ayam ini sudah kira ini sangat membantu. Jadi aktiviti memburu itu sudah berkurangan, dan kami sangat berterima kasih kepada SGP kerana memberi kami peluang untuk menyertai program ini. Dan pengajaran yang kami dapat dari sana, walaupun tamatnya ke penghujung program SGP 07 ini sudah, tetapi walaupun dia sudah tamat, nanti kami akan teruskan terutama dengan menjaga hutan kami, restoration, dan juga dengan program food security ini. Dengan adanya dana itu SGP membantu kami untuk beli satu mesin dedak, mesin pellet itu, jadi kami akan teruskan menanam jagung dan kami proses dedak ayam sendiri bagi pakan ayam. Okey, terima kasih dari saya. Itu saja.
Ladies and gentlemen, a nice warm round of applause. Mr. Tingan Aran, Longmo, Mr. Boyce Ngau Anyi from Lepo Aga, Mrs. Monica Tipong, Community Long Tungan. Thank you very much. Presentation Mrs. Monica Tipong ni berlapik dengan gambar-gambar makanan. Saya lapar sekarang. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we look at collective projects that support community-led conservation efforts to safeguard, rehabilitate, and connect the isolated green spaces to help build social, ecological resilience within the Klang Valley. Presenting the Klang Valley landscape on urban action, here are Mr. Adri Hazim Rashid, President Persatuan Sahabat Rimba Bukit Dinding, Ms. Joanne Mann, Chairperson Kebun Bangsa, and Mr. Kennedy Michael, where are you? Founder of the Alliance of River 3, or ART. Hello.
I forgot.
Mr. Adri Hazim, I believe you're first.
All right, thank you. Okay, welcome everyone to Bukit Dinding. We've only got 5 minutes, so we'll go through the whole hill right here. What you can see in front is the map of our area. Everything in green is Bukit Dinding. We are 15 minutes from the Twin Towers, so we're right in the middle of KL. We're in between Setiawangsa and Wangsa Maju, which is one of the most densely populated areas in the country. We serve 350,000 residents and the greater KL area. So we were asked to talk about the urban challenge. So urban challenge, of course, in KL, there's never enough land. Everyone here is dealing with land and green spaces. So we have a lot of people fighting over who gets to use this land. All right, we have walkers, hikers, runners, mountain bikers, businesses, and most importantly, in a city, developers who own a large part of this land. 75% of Bukit Dinding is owned by private developers. So developer wants to develop the land. Fortunately for us and unfortunate for them, the land is way too steep, being class 3 and 4 slopes. So the rakyat want to use the land for recreation and conservation of natural resources. So what do we do about it? Okay, first we had to stop the fighting. Okay, we brought everyone together. Right? The normal problem in KL is walkers, hikers, mountain bikers. Everyone is going in different directions and at different speeds on the same trails in the same land. We brought everyone together by surprise. We organized a trail day without telling each other that we are going to be there. So the hikers met the mountain bikers. They fought it out for a few minutes and realized we all want the same thing. We all want to protect this hill and we all want to use it. So there was no forum, no meeting, right? We just met on the ground itself and made sure everybody is friends. That's why we call ourselves friends of Bukit Dinding, all right? Everyone has to get along. So then we created new systems of how to organize people within this landscape. We currently host 1,000 visitors on average per day. So we had to build up a trail network that was no longer sharing between use cases. We have space for motor vehicles to go up and service the TM towers at the top, space for hikers, walkers, and mountain bikers, all on separate trails, so everyone can get along. Then, the reason why we did all of this is because we go by one concept. There's a saying, a pepatah Melayu, which is, tak kenal maka tak cinta. Our goal was to get as many people as possible onto this hill so that they can see what they're trying to save. And also to meet each other so that everyone stops fighting in this city, you know. We need the third space to learn to get along. So the change, all right. Now, before this, Bukit Dinding was unknown. Now we get up to 1,000 visitors a day. Just now, there was the 2 ladies from, I think, APPGM that said, oh, Bukit Dinding, we know Bukit Dinding, we went hiking there last week, all right. So people are starting to know about Bukit Dinding and learn about the greater mission, all right. We have a whole host of partners here, not just from the government, but we have all sorts of communities within Bukit Dinding, all sorts of NGOs. So many of our partners are here today that have helped us to get to where we are today. So everyone is now friends, all right? The list of all those logos you see on your right, those are all friends of Bukit Dinding. Those are all people working together with us to protect this hill and make sure the people get access to it. We can maintain public access for recreation and conservation. And for the environment, so far we have managed to hold off development on the hill. It's an ongoing battle. And through wildlife monitoring and studies, we now know what we have, how to save it, and what we have to do day by day. This journey will not end for a very long time. And we started with trees, all right? So far, we have planted close to 700 trees with the help of CSR initiatives from corporate companies and from the Malaysian government itself. So close to 700 native trees have been replanted on Bukit Dinding. We are rebuilding the habitat from the ground up. So one key lesson, the most important species in any urban project, as our friends here would also attest to, the most important species is humans, Homo sapiens. They have the power to either do amazing things, protect landscapes, save landscapes from destruction, and even rebuild them from the ground up. Or as we can see, through what has been going over the last few weeks, we can raze it to the ground irreparably. So the most important lesson is learn to deal with the people first. Figure out who's in your landscape, who the stakeholders are that we need to manage, and then start from there. So that's all from me today. Thank you very much.
Joanne.
Hi everyone, I'm the chairperson of Kebun Bangsa. So I've been in the organization for 8 years, but Kebun Bangsa actually started in 2013. We've been around for about 8 to 10 years, but the idea started much longer than that. It actually took us 4 years to get the piece of land we are today in the middle of Bangsa. And thanks to DBKL, they actually help us out. If it's not them, we wouldn't be where we are today. So located under the TNV line, we are on government land. So a lot of people come to us and ask us, how did you get the approval? Not easy, a lot of determination, a lot of community engagement over a year, and a lot of rejection as well. So like our friends here, right, don't give up. So what do we really do? We are not just a kebun, we're not just a farm. We're also an urban park. It's 2.5 acres. Well, not too small, kind of big, especially when land is very scarce in the city. So we're actually quite glad that, and thankful for what we have. So apparently in Kuala Lumpur, we have 800 hectares of infrastructure land. So land that's used by power lines and river reserve, right? So then the question is, can you imagine if we turn all these 800 hectares of land in Kuala Lumpur into green spaces? Just share it with everyone that is working in Klang Valley. Give us some land. We would love to have a nursery, right, in the middle of the city and allow students to come and volunteer for us. This is also what we do in Kebun Bangsa. Every week, we run 2 sessions of Gotong Royong. If you walk in Wednesday morning, Saturday morning, we actually host students and public. Come and work with us and learn permaculture, composting, and also how to grow food. Food is so important. After COVID, we all know that, if you have a farm in your backyard, you're safe. So that's what we do. Other than that, so yes, we grow food, but where does the food go? We don't eat it ourselves. We actually donate them to a refugee group and also children's welfare home. So that's what we've been doing for the last 8 years, week after week. So, and last year, thanks to the grant, we managed to weigh our vegetable every single week. We actually harvested 1.5 tons of vegetable and fruit. So currently we have a very small group of volunteers. So Kebun Bangsa is run by volunteers. So we're actually really glad that, we actually get to contribute to someone that actually needs the food. So back to the grant. So thanks to the GEF small grants, last year we managed to actually enhance our volunteers' participation, right? And also providing a formal training to our project partner for the last. So Mon Refugee Organization has been our project partner for 6 years. So finally last year, we actually managed to get like a structured training program for them. So we're actually really happy about that. Other than that, we also publish our 12-year journey of a book that's called A Garden of Hope. So the book is actually outside under the booth, if you would like to have a look at it. So it's not actually to celebrate what we have done for the last 12 years. It's actually to share our struggle and the challenges of managing a non-profit farm. So you may think that, kebun bangsa is just a kebun. Yeah, it's just a green space, but there's a lot of things that happen to us. So I always say that, we, the volunteers, only want to grow vegetable. Why is it so difficult? So, read the book and then you understand why is it so challenging managing community projects like ours, yeah? Other than that, so we continue to work on and address climate crisis. So by increasing urban biodiversity and also the ecosystem. So more recently, we started Kebun Sungai Klang. That's actually our third project that we've worked on, for the last over a decade. So it's been around for 4 months. So Kebun Sungai Klang focuses on the Klang River bank. And it's quite close to us. It's only 10 minutes away from Kebun Bangsa. It's in Jalan Klang Lama. So we wanted to actually open up Klang River to the public, by creating public spaces and then having seats, allowing the public to actually walk through the river and also enjoy it. So my time is up. Just some last words, we may be ordinary people, but taking these small steps to actually work on some community project, it makes us feel like ordinary people like us can also do extraordinary work. So I hope all of you will come and join us. If it's not, just visit us, either in Kebun Bangsa or Kebun Sungai Klang. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne Mann, Kebun Bangsa. Mr. Kennedy Michael, all yours.
Okay, so you can hear me clearly. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kennedy Michael, co-founder of Community Action Nexus Berhad, which is doing river ecosystem restoration. So I'm just going to take what Diana gave me, 4 areas, and talk about it. So listen, the challenge that we had, so since 1974, Kuala Lumpur has undergone ultra-rapid urbanization, spreading out in a concentric circle from the central business district. It pushed outward into Selangor, where I live now, through roads and highways, trains and buses, housing estates and business parks, condos and commercial centers. Development has been rampant, we know that, and unchecked, fragmenting the natural environment to the detriment of the natural ecosystem, wildlife, human, and our petty chase for material wealth or bare survival, depending on where in the system you stand. This destruction has ruined my childhood home, not by nature, but by failed urban planning, motivated by ignorance, greed, corruption. I'll leave that for you to figure out. My challenge is to conserve, protect, and rehabilitate my childhood home, which is also my lifetime home, almost 50 years next year. And the place I started with is the river upstream, the Klang River upstream, which starts at Taman Melawati, at the foot of the Klang Gates Dam, which ironically has been supplying the CBD of Kuala Lumpur with its raw water since 1959. And all the fools doing planning still haven't realized that if we lose the forests here, we will lose the water there. And we will invite landslides, heat waves, floods, and further loss to our forests, biodiversity, and river. The action is to conserve, protect, and restore, rejuvenate, or rehabilitate, in short, CPR, the Klang River ecosystem at Taman Melawati, which is the upstream, where the Klang River starts before it gets past our place in Mid-Valley and then reaches the KRF site in Millers at Old Klang Road. So we build amenities, communities, and economy using a placemaking approach platformed on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. At the heart of what we do is education for sustainable development. We educate community by getting the whole of society to learn by doing. So This is an example of the end result of what we aim for, to bring people who would not work together before to work together for something larger than themselves. So for the SGP, we invested totally in the youth of Taman Melawati because most adults we know are a lost cause. And because we inherited excellence and we left it worse. So we are obligated to clean it up as much as we can and educate, empower, and enable the youth of today to deal with the mess that we're going to leave them for the future so that they can do better. So workshops, lectures, experiments, pilots, trials, errors, photos, videos, murals, projections, online, offline, on the ground, in the classroom, and at the river. The meaningful change we achieved from being totally ignorant to being aware. 38 students and entire school administration, faculty, and leadership is now aware that there's a river flowing right next to the school and has been flowing there for more than 200 million years. They're aware of the dependence on clean water and sanitation, clean air and fertile soil, of the physics of water and topography, the craft of communicating science using art, the power of their voice as youth for advocacy, the confidence to try and fail and learn and do better, and their rights, roles, and responsibilities of being a community member. They have, for the first time in the history of the school, hosted a roundtable just on Monday, and we managed to bring all the local stakeholders, local government and government agencies, and got them to commit to action with them. One key lesson for urban communities moving forward: no one is coming to save you. Why should anyone care if you don't? A community of one is still a community because everything starts with one person before you can get the next person, 3 persons, 4 persons. So here's 9 things. Start with yourself, start with what you have, commit, be consistent, make a plan, ask when you don't know, and when you know, change your plan. Make room for others, and this last one is taken from the song Miracle Drug by U2, from the album How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. There is no failure here, sweetheart, just when you quit. So you can't quit, you just got to keep on going until you die. Then you'll know whether you've succeeded. And once you die, it's no longer your problem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have 12 seconds left.
Ladies and gentlemen, a nice warm round of applause. Audrey, Joanne, Kennedy, thank you very much. The Klang Valley Landscape on Urban Action. Kennedy, Michael, I like you. You don't mince your words. Joanne Mann, thank you very much for your perspective on Kebun-Kebun Bangsa. And Audrey, thank you for being the champion and a friend of Sahabat Rimba Bukit Dinding. Now, centered around raising awareness, empowering people to preserve, conserve, and save our environment, let's welcome these speakers who show us their capacity building in community action. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thomas Jalung, Project Coordinator and Manager, Long Anap. Ms. Carolyn Lau, General Manager, Free Tree Society. Ms. Loida Goking, Project Coordinator, Tiong Temburong. Thomas, let's start with you.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Thomas from the Kenya community of Long Anap in Baram. Okay, I wish to share our experiences of our community in our effort, our community action to contribute to conserve and protect the forest resources, the biodiversity, and other resources within our community customary territory. So I have here the map which I want to show the area which is actually the result of the effort of our community to serve, to set aside or to reserve specific areas that are crucial for protection for the interest of the community. But within the community territory, actually there are also many other large parts of the forest where we also do some conservation efforts. But the one that we see here, one is the communal forest reserve area, and another one, the green area here, the water catchment area. Together, these areas are covering an area of around 2,000 hectares. So this is this came about when I talk about community capacity building. The first capacity building, the first aspect that we, our community, have put into practice here, or that we have learned, is to more on the preventive measure. Because way back in the late 80s and in the early 90s, even until 2016, the area, our area is under the timber concession. And the major threat we faced at the time was encroachment by logging. But because through some awareness building among our community and also the inherent sense of connection, our dependence and connection with the forest, with the resources in our area, our community has taken the initiative to take up action to protect. This is in the form of physical action to protect these areas from being encroached. But nonetheless, because of certain policy whereby if you don't have the written document or written official recognition from the government of the area that you want to set aside, then sometimes you cannot effectively protect it. But then our people did not give up and they still proceed with whatever effort. So we managed to protect at least almost 2,000 hectares, the yellow line, the yellow area. That was from 1980s to until now. But there are part of the areas, these areas which have been encroached and which have been affected by unsustainable harvesting of forest, namely logging. And so that has caused some destruction and some forest degradation and environmental problem in this area. And so we managed to come up with some collective action trying to protect the area. Oh yeah, sorry. I didn't realize. Okay, thank you, thank you. Actually, I haven't gone into my other point. Okay.
I'm sure we'll ask you lots of questions at lunchtime. Thank you. Before I start, I'm Carolyn Lau, Free Tree Society. Before I start, I just want a show of hands, if you don't mind. How many of us attended local primary school? Itu saja? Okay, jangan letak tangan dulu. Who would have enjoyed their schooling even more if they had had a 500-meter nature trail right in their school compound, where during recess they could go and mine in the shade, they could watch nature grow alongside them, and instead of playing on hot tarmac, they could mine in the shade of the trees. Ada tak? Anybody? Okay, cool. This little project is our attempt at fleshing out the Rugs master plan. It's a very urban landscape, and we don't have a specific one site. Our tapak we made ourselves, we defined it ourselves, is from Pulai Trail, which is a 5-hectare trail in Bangsa at the edge, sweeping right across all the urban housing, all the landed property, all the balconies, condominium of high-rise apartments, school fields, community center one, and the small little pocket parks over to Rimba Ilmu the other side. And our concept was to try and promote people living in this neighborhood to support the concept of rugs by planting native plants to notice and support whatever biodiversity, wildlife they had in their immediate neighborhood. And thereby we hoped these seeds of awareness would start making little connections and corridors, a mini rugs, as it were, from Pulai Trail over to Rimba Ilmu. Now, the idea of going to school with a forest park, it's a reality for this school. This school is Sekolah Kebangsaan Bukit Pantai. And this little project is not something that we had written in our proposal. So it took us by a wonderful, unexpected surprise. And one of our community engagement that we do to try and flesh out our Bangsa Ecological Connector, which is this big swathe of suburbia to get people more tuned into wildlife and nature conservation, was that we encouraged them to come to the Pulai Trail, to know it and learn it, and we hoped, all our expectations were that they would encourage everybody else to come and use it too, so that it would be better protected, and therefore it would be a more permanent node in the Rugs Master Plan. One of the parents who attended it, one of the stakeholders, came from this school, and after a walk in the Pulai Trail, they asked this question that completely blew us away, which was, can we have this in our school? And we're like, wow, yes, okay. So that had a big domino effect. We just scrambled. We got the veteran commandos who have a headquarters on the opposite side of the Pulai Trail. They came in very happily to do a recce and do a first pass of a trail. Then we had the PIBG, the Parents Teachers Association of the school. They bought into this as well, and they came in and helped clear the path second, third time. Free Tree Society provided knowledge and taught them about rewilding, and we provided them with some native trees to help flesh out this little bit of forest you see here, because this school has 1/3 of its site is secondary forest. When the school was built in 1983, it was open land, and it got forested by the birds and the wind. And it was unused and silent because it was on a slope and it was not usable by the school. But this parent who came and saw the Pulai Trail, which kind of like similar conditions, it sparked something. And they said, yes, please, could we have it in their compound? And so that has given rise to Taman Eco Rimba. So for us at Free Tree Society, we are even more, it's more proof for us that people respond best to experiences rather than just words, right? That was one. And the other thing that we want to share that we learned from this is that Taman Eco Rimba is there. All the other little pocket spaces that we helped to plant with native species in the Bangsa Ecological Connector were done by community. But what is lacking, which we had not prepared for in our proposal and our application for funding, was mentorship. These spaces were started with much enthusiasm, but that enthusiasm can only be sustained if these people and communities know how to continue with it. And because this little wonderful surprise of a Taman Eco Rimba was something that had not been, we were aware of in the very beginning of our proposal, we had not accommodated for the mentorship that is needed for it to continue and hopefully one day be a beautiful forest in 40 years' time. So what we would like to share is that whatever landscape projects that anybody takes on, please do factor in a very important period of at least 1 year of mentorship towards that community that's going to be looking after it. Because after all, a master plan gives us direction, but it is the people, the communities that work it and the support that we can give them that are actually going to get us to that destination. Yeah, okay, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Lloyd Agokin, silakan.
Hari ini saya akan berkongsi satu gambar yang berkaitan dengan proyek pemulihan sumber tadahan air kami. Dalam proyek ini, kami ada 3 aktiviti yang telah dilaksanakan, yaitu pengujudan kebun lestari atau mesra alam dan juga pengujudan kebun ubatan tradisi, serta penjagaan hutan keramat. Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi dalam community ialah kekurangan dari segi kapasiti dan sumber dan keadaan cuaca yang tidak menentu serta banyak keperluan wujud semasa kami membuat aktiviti ini sebab dia tidak termasuk dalam perancangan aktiviti atau kertas kerja kami yang sebelumnya. Dan bagi mengatasi masalah ini kami mengambil pendekatan yang berfokuskan kepada pembangunan kapasiti community, di mana antara usaha yang kami lakukan ialah mencungkil bakat pengetahuan orang asal di dalam community kami. Kedua, menggalakkan penglibatan aktif ekonomi community, mengadakan mesyuarat, mengadakan bingkil berkaitan aktiviti yang telah dirancang, dan kerja bergotong royong serta menubuhkan kumpulan mengikut aktiviti, di mana semua orang boleh berkongsi ide dan pengetahuan serta membantu meningkatkan kesadaran dan semangat kerjasama dalam community. Dan juga melibatkan generasi muda, lelaki ataupun wanita. Hasil pemetaan kawasan tadahan air, kami telah menghasilkan pemetaan kawasan tadahan air dan menerbitkan buku protokol community serta menerbitkan buku herba ubatan tradisi. Dan juga untuk pengetahuan Tuan dan Puan, protokol community kami ini tadahan air telah disahkan di pejabat daerah Kiulu dan juga Mahkamah Anak Negeri Kiulu dalam daerah Tuaran. Hasil yang kami lakukan juga adalah pemasangan signboard di kawasan kebun ubatan tradisi, kebun hutan keramat dan tadahan air. Tapi yang paling penting, community mempunyai keupayaan untuk meneruskan usaha penjagaan sumber secara lestari dan mapan untuk jangka masa yang panjang. Dan pembelajaran yang kami dapati di dalam proyek ini, yaitu apabila community diberi peluang dan kepercayaan, community mampu memimpin perubahan sendiri. Selain itu, kerjasama dan community merupakan kunci kejayaan. Proyek ini membantu community lebih kuat dan berdaya tahan dari masa ke semasa, rasa tanggung jawab dan kepemilikan bersama. Komunikasi yang baik dan percaya antara ahli-ahli juga memberi semangat kepada proyek ini, serta pembelajaran perbaikan yang berterusan. Kesimpulannya, proyek ini bukan sahaja memberi impak kepada alam sekitar wilayah adat community kami, tetapi juga memperkukuhkan semangat juang community dan memelihara dan menggunakan secara mapan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Lloyd Agokin, Tiong Temburong. Thank you very much, Carolyn Lau, the General Manager of Free Tree Society, and Mr. Thomas Jalung, the Project Coordinator, Manager Long Anap. Let's give them a nice warm round of applause. Community action, ladies and gentlemen. Our final 2 speakers present their work on vital landscapes and seascapes managed by Orang Asli, who use customary laws to conserve biodiversity, coastal mangroves, and marine zones to protect critical habitats while supporting traditional livelihoods. presenting their success stories and lessons on Indigenous and community conserved areas supported by the International Climate Initiative. Writer and researcher of Match Foundation and co-founder of Girimis Art, Syed, where are you? And ladies and gentlemen, joining her on stage, please welcome Managing Director, Save Rivers, Miss Celine Lim. Good afternoon, ladies. Syed, I think you start. Go ahead.
Thank you. So from between 2024 to 2025, Match Foundation and Girimis Art work on a project titled Dari Hulu ke Hilir, a report on Indigenous knowledge for disaster risk management along the Langat River Basin. It's available to read on our websites, and also I just placed the report on UNDP booth outside. Yeah. So this photo here was taken at Kampung Orang Asli Paya Lebar in Hulu Langat, one of the 2 villages that we work with for the research. And so the other village is downstream at Kampung Orang Asli Bukit Tadum, and this is upstream of Langat River Paya Lebar. So the research was undertaken because first, there is a need for an existing module on disaster management specifically curated for Orang Asli. Secondly, there is a need to understand and document Orang Asli's historical and contemporary experiences, knowledge, and perspectives on best practices for disaster management. And finally, the report of the findings for contextualized and community-based disaster management. So the key findings of the report shows that flood and post-flood experiences differ from upstream to downstream due to geographical locations. So it's not accurate to say that anyone who experienced floods experienced the same thing, because upstream in the Kampung Orang Asli Paya Lebar, they experience mudslides, tree branches that came from the mountains, and the flood didn't stay for long, it receded very quickly. But in the downstream at Kuala Langat, Bukit Tadum experienced 2 weeks of stagnated water, and therefore disaster management has to be contextualized not only for the community themselves, but also due to geographical locations. The second key findings are that Orang Asli are self-reliant on their indigenous systems and protocols during the initial stages of floods when external aid had yet to arrive. So as you can see in this picture here, what the Temuans of the upstream practice something they call bela tandak, where they look after the source of their water, which they would do like gravity fed all the way from upstream of their river to their village. And so when the flood came in 2021 and destroyed this reservoir, they spent the first few days before external aid arrived to recover this water source, and it was a gotong royong spirit, communal spirit that brought all of them together. And since it's very expensive to also fix these things, and at the time they couldn't exit their village, the villagers who were able to recover water source shared with the other villagers in the village to supply them with water in cleaning their houses. And the third key finding is the need to respect and to have recognition of indigenous systems and protocols to enable better coordination of aid and other disaster management efforts during response, recovery, preparedness, and mitigation phases. And these protocols, indigenous protocols, include indigenous leadership and governance, early warning systems, and the spirit of gotong royong. So all of these are rooted in the indigenous rights to their land and self-determination, which has to be included in all of the policies and modules which involves indigenous communities, especially orang asli in Peninsula Malaysia. So thank you, that's all for me.
Celine Lim of Save Rivers, all yours.
All right. Looks like my 6 minute went down to 5 minutes because that's what happens when I'm the only person standing between you and your lunch. But hello, my name is Celine Lim. Sayut do, sayoge kamya. I greet you in my Kayan indigenous language. But first and foremost, I also want to greet the elders that are in the room, my indigenous elders. Again, we will not be here today if you never took the time to sit down with us to tell us about our adat, our customary system, our governance, and who we are at today. So I want to acknowledge all that you have done. So first and foremost, again, my name is Celine. I am the Managing Director of Save Rivers. But besides that, I am a Kayan from Middle Baram. And Save Rivers have been working in the Baram landscape for the last 15 years. And add an addition to that is we are a member of the Indigenous Community Conserved Area Consortium and also the Secretariat for what is known as the Malaysia ICCA, which is fondly called as My ICCA. And I think I have my partners here that are in the room today, Koa and Pakos Trust. Thank you very much. So again, that's the introduction, but I want to start it off with this. The world's best guardian of the rainforest. Ladies and gentlemen, this term came from a 2021 report by the UN Food and Agriculture Organization that is credited to the indigenous people. So that is why we are here today to, again, one of the important things that was stated in that report is 80% of the world's biodiversity is managed by indigenous peoples. So that is the reason why you and the Indigenous Peoples Group are here today as your very important partner and contribution. We're not just passive recipient, but we are active, equal partners. So studies have also confirmed that when indigenous communities have legal and recognized land rights, deforestation rates are 50% lower in the area. So why is this important? Because we know one of the crucial solutions for our planetary crisis is the protection and the thriving states of our forests, marine, and all natural ecosystem. Understanding this, again, the paradigm shift is so important. When we are working with so-called experts from the outside, please understand you are in the presence of experts as well. We are not, again, passive recipients of whatever it is that you are bringing into our community, but there is a need to sit down and have collective decision-making exactly like how our adat entails when we do it in our longhouse. Now, go back to what I'm presenting today, which is the ICCA. I wanted to use this as an example because this showcased a whole mutually connected, mutually impacted way of life. This is something that we have practiced from the very beginning. If looking at the forest, looking at this particular ICCA, which is more than just a governing system, it is in fact things that is connected to our identity and our spirituality. So when we look here, the ideas behind mutually impacted interconnectiveness must be a part of what is happening also in our nation. Then when we were talking about scalability, there's no way I'm going to put all of this in 5 minutes. When we talk about scalability, even the concept and principle behind our community protocol and our community mapping can be aligned to various state and federal policies when it comes to sustainability, your ESGs, and so on. So again, what you have here in this room are people that have generations of understanding of what it means to live with nature, to be one with nature, and to have collective decision making. Because when our government talks about inclusivity, we have been practicing this for generations. When our government talk about sustainability, or the sexy word now is really sustainability, our community was also living it already. So again, my summary here is you are in the room with active partners, equal partners. Do not look at us as if we need your saving. You need to align your national policies to what our reality is. Because when we talk about inclusivity, it is really that. To sit down together, hear each other out, and free, prior, and informed consent, which is a whole another bankel altogether. And just for the information of everybody here, the collective indigenous people's term for Malaysia is Orang Asal. That brings in Sarawak, Sabah, and Semenanjung. So thank you very much. That's all I have for 5 minutes.
Celine Lim, Managing Director, Save Rivers. Thank you. Sia Wendy, thank you. Let's get a photo of the both of you on stage. Celine, just a minute. Celine, I'm out of breath listening to you. Let's give Wendy and Celine a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wendy is from Match Foundation. She's also the co-founder of Grimace Art. Now, our OP7 grantees are continuing to showcase their projects at their respective exhibition booths. Please extend them your time during this lunch period. Lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen, at Zest Restaurant, and that's on level 1. Level 1, and that's, I believe, one level below us. We are on the ground level, main lobby. We will resume lunch. My apologies. We will resume the next part of our program. I'm so hungry. At 2:15. So could you please be back into the ballroom at 2:10. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy lunch.